Hey everybody, what is going on? Welcome. It's Famine from Famine Studios, as you all know. You saw the video, you clicked the thing. I am Famine, and today we're going to be doing a build that I've wanted to do as I fuddle with this lighting remote control. Here, there we go. We're set. Sorry about the moving table. This is a show I've been wanting to do for a bit. Not a bit like a comedy bit, but like a bit as a measurement of time. But essentially what I want to do is I want to make a portal because I've always discussed the nature of Gimmick is having time slips and things like that, and that's how people get there. Sometimes things fall from the sky and sometimes things appear otherwise. And so I said to myself, hey, Famine, Bjorn, welcome. Said to myself, hey, Famine, what are you going to use, for interstation travel? Because, Gimmick moves throughout time and space, so it's not specifically somewhere you can just kind of hop in your spaceship and cruise along and go to, much to the chagrin of many people who want to do mixed world storytelling, which I'm working on a way to do that. But one of those things I thought of was I kind of like Stargate, the movie. I didn't get into the television films. Hilarion, hello. Didn't get into the television films. Well, there are television films, but I didn't get into the television show. I didn't specifically want to make a Stargate. Having said that, I've been telling you guys about some of the lore of Gimmick. And one of those things is that the current setting for Gimmick was formerly an ancient temple, then it was turned into a fortress during, some unknown battle in the universe, and now it is a safe haven for people just trying to get by who want to survive in the universe and want to get away from the oppression of certain planetary rulers and galactic rulers. It's a great hideout because, again, it moves through time and space, so certain people use it as a ducking point, people that have figured out how to map the time slips and things of that nature. But also I wanted to make a backdoor, right? Something that I can use as a plot device, number one, and number two is a way to implement other things in my story so I don't have to think so hard. That said, I also do want to chit chat with you guys. I want to chit chat with you guys about how the new Fallout show has me hyped, like so hyped. But yeah, I want to work on this thing, so wait for a couple more people to hopefully tune in. And I see that, two of my usuals are here, Ilarion and Bjorn, so I appreciate that, guys. And yeah, I am freaking hyped. I just gathered up some things, got them set up. I got the full lighting rig going. It's a tired day. We are tired here. I did a very brief live last night, and I just didn't have the steam to do it. But yeah, we went to New York City yesterday. Came home, just a lot of driving in the car, and today it has been rainy, gray, and dreadful. I got the sun lamp going. All the dogs are sleeping. All the cats are sleeping. My grandmother's taking a nap in her chair, although she thought, I'm not sleeping. You're sleeping, Grandma. I'm fighting to not go to sleep because if I take a nap now, I'll be up all night again, and I have work tomorrow, so it's kind of contradictory. But yeah, I've been saying a lot today. I'm kind of just excited to get the ball rolling, but I also do want to, chat with friends. Nice, very nice, Bjorn. I've been making my own Fallout stuff. The only, I think, purchase thing that I did was from Aegis Station, and that was a set of their Nuka Coke bottles, Nuka Quantum and Nuka Cola, for 1/18 scale, so hit them up if you need those. They are really cool. They're in resin. That's the appropriate colors. They're really neat. And I've done a couple of customs that you guys have seen in various posts. One of them being a Ayla Seclura as a Vault Dweller. I had her for her story. She appeared in Gimmick. Actually in the sands outside of Gimmick on the planet of Consequence, and she had no idea, kind of bonked her head. She wasn't entirely sure who she was. She had fleeting memories, and she came across a dying vault dweller, and they essentially said, "Hey, thank you for trying to help me, but you're going to need to take my stuff, and it's the only way to survive." So while she made her way to Gimmick, she did a lot of wasteland stuff. She came across the droid that she was able to modify with some Vault Tech technology from her Pip Boy that she was given, and got there. So I've done that one. I have a very exciting power armor that I've been working on here and there um, in 1/18 scale. And by working on, I mean basically I just keep taking it apart and putting it back together and trying to brainstorm how I'm going to articulate this figure for the world, but it will be Saw Gerrera. I like to imagine that Saw, got pulled from his current timeline that he was in, and now he is trying to build up strength to help the starport of Gimmick fight against the Imperial occupation, which is always bound to happen because somehow the Empire always shows up. I think you showed me Dio Displays stuff. I believe you did. Bjorn, I have to believe it'll be 1/12. It's kind of a sad truth. Unless somebody like Haya or Joy Toy get the license, I think it'll be Hasbro or Mattel, and fairly certain it'll be 1/12, which is neat, but at the same time be a shame for us, 1/18 scale world builders. I know we got a lot of guys that are 1/12 also, so it'll be good for them, but looks like I'll just have to keep doing it on my own, which is fine. That's what I like to do. So we got some people coming in. I'm going to start taking things down here to get ideas. Also, you can see I pulled the bridge that I had built in that back corner there. That plate needs to come out that I built in to sit in there. It's going to get a new floor, to match the ground here. That rocket's probably going to come down, get moved to another spot. I want to make this all conducive as one layer and not feel too much like it's broken up into blocks. So that's what that is. But this is what I'm using for the portal. This bad boy is just about 12 inches across. It's actually a little bit short, 11 3/4 inch. Yeah. It's about 11 3/4 inch across, and it's less than an inch deep. What it was, I don't know. It had some screws in here holding on a piece of jute twine. I don't know if it was supposed to be like you do yourself sign or something, but I want to use it for a portal. And as you can see right now, I'm just pushing that balsa wood, it feels like. Maybe it's a pine, like a really thin shaved pine piece. Pushing that out because if we're going to use a backing for this, which we probably will because I am no good with CGI effects or anything like that. I'm sure some of our members of the team, of our group, of our, the fan base, I don't know what the hell to call it. Some of our friends could probably talk us through doing some effects for figures, but I don't mess with that, so I like to do a lot of things practical. So I'll keep this, even if I have to get like a mirror. But I have some inspiration from a couple of makers out there. There's a 1/12 diorama and customizer. Timbo, what's happening, my friend? Named G___Ronin. G does 1/12, like I said, and G tells amazing world building stories all the way across their posts. And that's good, Bjorn. And they built a portal for the Avengers to time travel through. And one of the things that he uses is some bubble wrap that's blue. He just painted up, I guess he painted up or dyed bubble wrap and then lights it, and it looks like some type of cosmic portal. And it's a physical effect, and I really like that. So that may be something that I consider. I have some blue saran wrap and some purple saran wrap. That was an option. But for now, I'm just going to start like prepping these things to get them ready. Right now, I'm just taking off the coating that it pulled out of the frame. As you can see, there's a lip in there that this sat in, making it a tray or a sign or whatnot. So I'm just going to clean that. Yeah, it looks like it pulled the paint. And this actually looks to be OSB and not wood. It's like OSB and it's got a facing put on it on the outside. So I'm just going to use I'll use my safety knife, cutting away from myself. We learned our lesson, and get this cleaned up. But I know some of you guys, I know that Thane and our friend Pirates are doing a Stargate back and forth for their worlds, a Stargate project. I saw that, so I figured now would be as good as time to any to get in the move on that with our friends and talk about what they've got going. So how many times have you guys, and now I'm going to cut towards myself because I have no self-control. How many times have you guys watched that Fallout trailer? Because I've watched it a disgusting amount, like ridiculous amount, especially because of, and again, it's a tool, it's not a brandish. A friend of mine made some props that are featured in the trailer in the overseer's office, that blue coffee cup where the overseer takes the sip of the cup, and it's the Fallout, it's the wow, I am that tired. That's the blue cup that the overseer is drinking from, and he spits it out, and it's got the Fallout Vault Tech. Thank you, Bjorn. I don't know what is going on with me. I actually do have. I called in about a doctor's appointment on Friday, but I wasn't able to get in just because I need to see why I can't remember things as of late. I know my stamina has been suffering. My doctor and I talked about the possibility of it being long COVID because I had a couple of pretty rough runs with it, but I don't know. But anyway, I'm not going to dwell on the negative. But anyway, she had made some Vault Tech cups, and apparently somebody picked them up from the production and featured them in the show. Her Instagram name is Outlaw Pagan. You should definitely follow her. I've been gentle bullying her to put the cups back up in her gift shop on Etsy so that I can get one. And yeah, I think we're starting to win. So please go check them out. She also does some incredible wood burning. Unfortunately, right now I really don't have much of a need for anything that's wood burned, but there's always an opportunity. Might get something. Had an idea this morning, but I don't want to blow that secret too soon. But yeah, go check them out, give them a follow on Instagram, and go find those vault posts. Check out their story and help me gently bully my friend into making something awesome that we could all be cool and be like the overseer. And it's absolutely wonderful. Now I know 2 people who worked on items for that show, and that's really fucking cool. Like absolutely really fucking cool. I have always told you guys I've always been a prop maker first and foremost, so I will be doing some more props. Got Star Wars props that I've been teasing. I've got some Fallout stuff that I want to do for my own Wasteland-inspired cosplay. And I say cosplay because it's going to be for pictures and stuff. Costuming at conventions kind of lost its jazz for me, but I did enjoy doing the shopping for toys, seeing a couple of my friends. But the atmosphere has definitely changed. It's definitely turning back into a younger person's game, and that's fine. Yeah, Bjorn, I want to put that on the screen, and I do want to say the only things that we're going to talk about are, and just for, I guess, the people coming in and people that may watch the replay, we're only going to discuss what was shown in the trailer / what was used as promotional stuff, or like made big news. I wonder, as you said, the overseer being mutated, and we also didn't really see any other people except for that one dude in a vault suit. I wonder if they're all mutated except for her, and she was the odd one out. I think that'd be a fascinating way to go about it. That's very much a Vault Tech. You know, their vaults were experiments. That's Fallout lore. And yeah, like, I think that's really cool, and that's a good point. I'm gonna message my friend Max. He's very into Fallout, very into Wasteland stuff, and see if maybe he won't pop in. Oh, sorry, straight up. Yeah, and that's the thing though, is like you do something like that, and they probably are super kind to mutants, like absolutely, be absolutely kind to mutants, right? I would, if it's kind of like for me as a kid. Um, I grew up living in a home with black people. I grew up in a home living with a Jewish family. So I've never had any ill any ill intent or anything. So I guess if you put somebody in Fallout, put them in a vault with mutants, then when they go out in the world, they would probably know mutants and not be, terrified when they come across a super mutant or something. Someone named Gary. uh Timbo says, not familiar with Fallout. Trailer and show look incredible. Yeah, as somebody who's pretty familiar with Fallout and has spent a large amount of time playing the games, research. I haven't played 76 yet, and that's just because I don't like connecting my gaming system to stream to Wi-Fi. I just want to play a game. And so I haven't gotten 76, but I've seen that there were a lot of bugs initially when it came out, and they've since really worked through that. I know it's become a huge thing for a lot of people. Uh, I know it's got Mothman in it. I know that they did a collaboration with the Mothman Museum in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and that location is actually in the game, which is freaking great. I love when companies embrace fandoms who know the lore of things and they incorporate that in. And then also, like, I love it how in Fallout 4 they utilized existing locations in Boston and in the Commonwealth area around Boston because, number one, it's historic, but two, like, they're real places, and it's cool to have that in there because it does add to the real world what if this, nuclear world happens in 2076. Like, what if the bomb drops, or is it 2074? I can't remember. But yeah, them doing the Mothman Museum in Point Pleasant and then putting that in the game as well, so cool. Like, so damn cool. 2077. Got it. Post-apocalyptic world set in a retro-futuristic world, a wasteland where nuclear bombs have gone off, and now about 100 years afterwards, people are starting to come out of these vaults and find out that some human beings actually survived, and the world has very much changed, and there's mutants, and there's, ghouls, people who are exposed to radiation and now just can't die, like they just live forever. Um, it's a really, really cool, fun franchise, especially if you like that type of games. You can customize your weapons, you can build things, it's aesthetically pleasing, you can play your character morally however you want, good or bad. I as a rule, I play as a decent person because I don't get a kick out of being an asshole in video games. I know some people do, and I hate to say it this way, but therapy would probably fucking help. They go in the games and they're like, "Oh, I'm an asshole when I game," and it's like, "Why, man? Like, Jesus." Yeah. I wonder if he'll. I wonder if Ron Perlman will narrate because they didn't have him narrate the trailers, which a lot of people were really like bummed about. But also like it'd be a great surprise if he narrates the episodes or narrates a part of it or something. Just a way to pay off that War Never Changes whole trailer that they did. So Rebel Moon that Timbo brought up is a movie by Zack Snyder. It's going to be a 2-part series. I can almost guarantee it's going to be more than 2 films. For Netflix, essentially the big scuttlebutt is, and basically confirmed is, Zack Snyder wanted to make a Star Wars movie and pitched this idea, and they said no. So he said, "Oh wait, I'm Zack Snyder. I have all this money. I'll just make my own Star Wars movie with space, blackjack and hookers." And that happened. And so Netflix said, "Hell yeah, you just have to change some things." Obviously, one of those is there's no lightsabers, and instead they have like laser swords that look just like fucking lightsabers. I'm excited to watch it because no matter what, I like Zack Snyder. I like his movies. I like his directorial eye. His stories may not always hit 100%, but visually, all of his stuff is. I love it. I know that the gentleman who plays B2, the power droid from Obi-Wan Kenobi, he's in that film playing the robot with the flower crown, I believe is who he plays, and that's really cool. I love the crossover. And so, yeah, it looks really good. It looks visually stunning. And yeah, you can certainly tell it was going to be a Star Wars project, like Timbo said. But it's not a Star Wars project. They go out of their way, they kind of like goofed on the Star Wars staff and things like that. Just right now, working on this project here, I took the back off of here for people coming in, making a portal. I just want to sand down these edges a little bit because I did get a little janky with the knife as I was cleaning it up, and I don't want to get slivers like I almost just did, so I'm going to do that. No. The gentleman who played B2, the big yellow droid that didn't speak in Kenobi. He's a very tall, very thin actor. Real sweetheart. He saw my droid that I made, the repaint that I did of his, and liked my picture, started following me. Thought it was the coolest damn thing. So it's nothing but good energy and a vote for me. And the guy who played Wash in Firefly is Alan Tudyk, and he played K2SO in Star Wars Rogue One. And I'm also saying the other droid's name wrong. It's Ned B, not B2. I don't know where I got the B2 from. It was Ned B. Again, my memory is not what it used to be. Kills me. Absolutely kills me. Who knows? Maybe my memory card's full and I just need a new one. That's much better. I just didn't want to jab myself with that. And then I don't think there's anything I really need to sweat in here. I guess I could knock down a little bit of that glue buildup in the ridges. So I guess I'll do that. Yeah, Alan Tudyk. Very cool cat as well. Hi, Lacey Lulu. Thanks for stopping in. How are you this afternoon? It is after. Yeah, it's 5 o'clock. Jesus. It's been like I said, it's been a sleepy, rainy day here in Famine Studios, so let's get that all built. That glue built up. All right, cool. So I'm just going to run the sanding paper, a piece of sandpaper around this, knock down any high points, any burrs or anything, and I will be roughing this up because this is good. It's pouring there. Yeah, I believe that. I'm in upstate New York, and it's been wet and damp. we'll have to talk about that. I actually want to get with Spartan 118 and see if Spartan will make heads. I find out what it costs for Spartan to sculpt heads of each of the different cast members that don't have good head sculpts in 118 scale. Because I'd love to have a full Serenity crew to go with my Captain Mal that I built. And I do have 3D print files for Serenity that I'm going to have scaled up and build myself. Anthony, how's it going? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, it's been a day for sure. We're talking the Fallout show, where our deal is no spoilers unless it's been in the trailer, or it's just pure speculation, or if it's like it was something that made national news. National news example being they filmed a lot of stuff in Long Island. They built practical sets down there, one of the grocery stores, and a Red Rocket gas station. So, but as far as if somebody knows spoilers or anything, keep those out of the chat. We'll try and do our best. I need to give Bjorn his superpowers. Yeah, hit that like and subscribe button if you're just dropping in. And if you are new to my channel, please subscribe. I do stuff like this. I do lives, I do videos, I do shorts, I do prop making, costuming. I also do a lot of 1/18th scale stuff and world building lore. So please join us. We have a great time here. We have a really good community that comes into these chats. I always go live on Tuesdays. These are kind of bonus chats that we do. And yes, it did become Bjorn brings up a good point. That same grocery store did become a Spirit Halloween. So, little neat things. So I've got this ring here. I know I'm going to want to put it on a base eventually. And part of me wants to put this on a base now, but the other part of me just wants to cut it flush so that I know later I can attach it to a base. So I think what I'm going to do is mute myself. Well, so here's the thing. We can do this one of two ways, right? We can sand this flat like this. I could do this. I've seen plenty of people do this before, where they want something flat, where they just set it on a table, and that's a horrific noise. So I'm going to mute my microphone for you guys, just so that you don't have to hear that awful sanding. Yeah, that's not working out the way I want it to, but gives me an idea. Now, as you guys know, one of my very favorite things to keep in my arsenal is miniature Jenga blocks. So essentially what I could do is just make a little base spaced out with 2 Jenga blocks, glue them in place, and then I've got a flat platform to attach it. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I do prefer usually a physical connection, which I can still do later, but just for the sake of building right now, I want to get this as snugly mounted as I can. Oh, I want nothing to do with that. I don't know who that was. Let's see here. Yes, Snowflake is a sweetheart. She's sleeping in the living room. Everybody's no bones here today, myself included, but I figured I could do a little bit of painting, chill out in my chair, chat with some friends, and have some fun. Manhattan was busy traffic day. Kind of a bummer trip, just because the event that we were going down there for is at a new location with a new group of people doing it, and it felt very commercialized to me. Yeah, it's just like a weird thing. But I did go to Joe's Pizza. That's where Spider-Man worked in in Spider-Man 2, and or Mr. Aziz in the movie as it was, and he and got the best pizza in New York City. So that's always a good thing. And my grandmother got to have a couple of slices today because I always tell her about it, and she was like, "Well, I like pizza. Bring me some." So finally brought her some pizza from Joe's, and that was good. Yeah, that's where we were, was the Lower East Side. We went to a place called Thief, and they were hosting the Sippin' Santa event, which used to be done at the Boilermaker. They were actually the first place to do it, but now since Sippin' Santa has started to gain more and more popularity, and it actually wasn't even in New York last year. Boilermaker just said hell no for whatever reason. I didn't get into it, but they didn't have it, so they opened it up this year in this place called Thief, LES, and it was very commercial. Their idea of tiki / tropical escapism was not that. It was like dorm party tiki, where they got decorations from, Spirit or AliExpress or, one of those websites, and just slapped them up on the walls with a bunch of repeat things. They were actually like branded Christmas decor, which I thought was weird, like branded Sippin' Santa Christmas decor, which I thought kind of defeated the purpose of the event. But what do I know? I'm not running it. I try not to tell people how to do their business when I can, and it just wasn't for me, and it felt really commercialized. So maybe next year we just pick up the mugs and make our own cocktails and have a Hawaiian Christmas here instead of, doing the Sippin' Santa thing. St. Mark's Comics and Kids Video, when they were between second and third. They're not there anymore, right? Pizza for breakfast. That's what I did. I heated up a slice. I heated up 2 slices. I was hungry. And right now I just applied some tacky glue, fast and strong, on this. I'm going to put a clamp on it just to get it to make sure it stays together. Grabs pretty quick, wiping any squeeze out. So let's grab a clamp from down here. This is woodworking 101. Like, keep clamps, even plastic ones. Keep them round. They do a great job holding everything together. And you can never add too many clamps. That is another favorite phrase of mine. So I'm going to go that way, and I'm going to go this way. Just putting some nice even pressure all the way around that. Yeah, that was cool to see too. The flying airship. So one of the things that I grabbed for, like, maybe an accessory or something, or maybe this thing's been modified so people can tune it, is this. My girlfriend started tracking down these like ready-made cocktails, and this one's from Bowls, and she saved me the container because I was like, oh, I could probably put that on like a Star Wars cosplay or use it as a base for something. It's a plastic tube with painted on, like, logo. It's like printed right on the tube, so it's on there, but metal lid I could use, and Gothy Fetish Wear Boutique. I think that's still there. The big one that you could walk all the way through, and people used it as a damn pathway for the longest time. Those are plastic Harbor Freight clamps. I bought a bag of them. They came in a big giant bag. I think it was like $20. There was like 15 clamps in there, and they are, for this type of woodwork, small scale, they're inexpensive. They're worth their weight. I also use them for painting, for hanging things for paint. There's little ones in the bag too. I keep the little one right here. And, for painting, what I'll do is, if I'm not using one of the alligator clamps, is say, I don't know, Say I'm going to paint this little claw piece there. You see, that's going to be on the inside, and it's a point of movement there. So I just put the clamps on that, take it outside, spray it, you know, and then let it sit. I also drilled a hole in there so I can spray and hang, or hang and spray. That's another good tip. Doesn't compromise the integrity of the handles. These handles are tough. So consider that. There is a Tamahashi Nation store, I believe, that opened up. I think it's a pop-up in Manhattan. And I know that there's Toy Tokyo, which sounds exactly like Kim's was. Designer toys, statues, all those. Nice. New York City in the 90s as a kid, before Giuliani had all the homeless people round up and gassed, or... And if y'all think I'm kidding about that, I'm only a little bit kidding about that. Where did they all fucking go? I mean, New York still has a homeless problem, but maybe they evolved. Yeah. Like, they cleaned them out of the tunnels, all the mole people. It's just unreal. So I'm thinking it's something like that. You know, have some hoses and cables coming off of this that feed into this portal. Make it a little more high-tech. Oh, you meant that the store evolved and not the homeless people. See, I was concerned about the mole people. I actually watched a mini documentary about that last night. That there were with the people living in the sewers, and eventually, you know, they came and drove them in. He was. He is. Point of fact. Bad tipper as well. Bad tipper. He came on a political stop-through, and a girl I was seeing at the time was the server that got selected to take care of their table, and they ate, paid, and left a really shitty tip, which, you know, go figure. Let's see here. How do I want to do this? Let me bring up one of Ronan's pictures. And I'll share my screen, since I can't figure out how to not, how to not do whatever it is I'm doing. Well, I'm not going to do that, but I will pull it up on my phone and then hopefully save myself a little bit of time on that one. But this design that he uses for his portal really speaks to me. So yeah, there we are. You know, Famine, we can't see your phone. Yeah, I know. Let me pull up his Instagram. And here we go. so this is the screen that we're looking at here. This is G. Ronan's page. Like I said, he makes all these customs. He's telling like a alternate reality story across different multiverses. Of course, I'm not logging in on 2 devices right now, but as you can see, he's got this portal, and he's got some amazing like brackets holding onto it, and it's mechanical, less, you know, carved out of stone. And of course, that's all they'll let me show you guys because they really want you to log in. And I'm all right. You get the point. But so I want to add a lot of mechanical stuff, but I do still want pieces of bricks. Maybe when they were fixing this thing, someone was grabbing bricks from the temple to attach it. So in order to make the pieces for like what would be temple pieces, I do have some of that black foam core that I peeled the paper off. And I have a couple of scraps here that I wanted to use. It's very thin. It's like 1/8 of an inch. It's just foam board. I bought it for $1. This one was $1 back before Dollar General and Dollar Tree all started climbing. But it was a big sheet of, it's called Ready Board. I'll show you the logo right there. Oop. Ready Board. And like I said, the paper, you just peel. And it comes right off. If you buy the white, which is the same cost, you freaking peel that white paper off for ages. So always bet on black. Wesley Snipes, passenger 57. Hey, Kenny's here. Hi, Kenny. All of the babies are doing naps. So I've been using basically 1 inch by 1 inch squares for the bricks, the big like panels on the. It is a no bones day here. I'm freaking exhausted. I've been using 1 inch by 1 inch strips to make the panel blocks you guys have seen, like we did the one night here on stream, where I cut them in and painted them up. So I'm just going to repeat that, and then I think we can maybe we can actually trim it down, but we'll keep the aesthetic and do a few sections of brick, and then we'll add like brackets and stuff, like it's really being held together. So, and it is a No Bones Day, and in honor of No Bones, be sure you hit the like button on the video for me when you get a chance, because that helps boost it with the algorithm, guys. That's why I ask. I don't hate asking. I feel annoyed that I have to ask. Not that anybody needs a reminder, but we need a reminder because I'm guilty of it too, where I'll just watch something and move on. And, you know, the liking actually helps push these videos up in the feed of people that are live. When people go through, it'll actually put my live videos at the top of my channel. So if someone happens to be searching Famine Studios, that was very dangerous. Don't do that. If someone happens to be searching for Famine Studios at that time, they'll see my live video first, and they'll be more likely to click on it, from what I'm told. So there we go. I just cut 5 blocks out of there, and I think we can get a pretty good section of this bricked up, as the kids say. That's not what that means. Bricked up means something else. Means an erection. But we'll take a measurement here. This is... I did not tell them that. Anthony, my girlfriend put a Famine Studios sticker on the Trash and Vaudeville's register, because they have a bunch of stickers there. I put a lot of stickers up around too. But that was really cool. So hopefully somebody from Trash and Vaudeville, why is it so hard to say? Trash and Vaudeville will see that and come and pop in, and, you know, maybe I'll gain a new subscriber, new friend for the group. And yeah, pretty cool. All right, so these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7/8 of an inch wide. So I'm going to cut these bricks to 7/8. and I can always sand them down. You know, I don't even need to do all that. So we want to have these have texture of stone, and I'm going to tilt the camera. So, yep, that's the place. Hey, look at that. Look at us. There you go. Look at that, Kenny. You just gave the man flashbacks. Hopefully good ones. You can do that, Bjorn. There is a gimmick starport sticker that'll be coming out that you would be able to use that will actually be for gimmick. But if you want to use a Famine Studios one, by all means. Let's see here. I'm going to glue these on, but first we're going to make these rough, right? We're going to make them feel like actual bricks. So I've got these here. So they're essentially smooth and the same texture on both sides, but I do have giant meaty paws and I tend to bang things into each other. So sometimes that leaves little marks, which is good in this case because we want gravity. We want that to happen. We want there to be little marks and dings and scratches because they are stones. Stones are not perfect, no matter how perfect a rock is. If it's this type of stone, like a sedimentary stone or a fictional stone that I say it is, it's going to be all, you know, pockmarked and weathered from years of being in the galaxy and things hitting it and sand blowing on it and, you know, rains when they come getting into the little cracks and then freezing at night and busting it open. Some of them are going to be a little more rough than others, and all I'm using is a crumpled up ball of tinfoil. And I'm just digging it in, getting it there, and then I'll show you one other trick I have. World setting, Famine Studio sticker. That'd be cool. Make a tiny diorama of my workbench and then put a Famine Studio sticker there. That'd be ridiculous. I only need to do one side because it's going to be flush against there. But I'm also taking care to hit the edges because I don't know which edges in particular are going to be. Hide Anthony's comment. There we go. And as you can see, I'm rotating the ball too because you don't want to wind up with a repeat pattern over and over again. You can also do this with a real rock. I just like the aluminum foil because, you know, I can throw it across the room. You could throw a rock across the room, but that'll break a window or hurt your partner or hurt somebody, hurt a pet. Don't do that. Don't throw things. What am I saying? You don't want to throw things. You want to take a miniature baseball bat and, you know, hit it. And I keep that around because it's good for dimpling things, and it also has this weird little groovy pattern on it, and mash that into stuff. It's a muddler. So here's the next trick that I do when it comes to bricks, especially if I'm special movies. Those are pornography. But I use a really roughed up nail file. It's like really one of the heavier grit ones, like meant for taking down acrylic. And, you know, the powders that people build up. But anyway, I take this when I'm laying individual bricks, and I just go over the edges, slightly round the corners out very slightly, and I do the backs too, just so. And then you have a tile. Now, you guys saw the other day how we did them because they weren't individually laying, but I want these to appear that they were laying, so there's not going to be any grout, so we can't really get away with leave the spacing and, you know, put some black paint down in there to be the grouting. So we got to be clever in how we do this. And I say we, I mean me, because I'm making it up as I go along, but I kind of have a plan in my head, an idea, which is unusual for me when I start something like this, but I've been mulling over this portal for some time, and like I said, I saw our friends Lord of Thane and Pirates of the Galaxy start on their Stargate Ugnaught portals, and I thought to myself, well, there's no better time than the present for a portal that makes you time travel or can bring in people from alternate dimensions. That just keeps going there. Like I said, I hit the backs, bottoms, round up the corners sometimes, because corners of stones and squares can get all roughed up and damaged in the galaxy. Okay, we got one more here. And as you can see, there's lots of recesses in these stones. So a lot of paint and pooling is going to fill up in there, really make the dry brushing this a joy. Another thing I pulled out was my famous bag of EVA foam and cardboard rivets. We'll be using those. Let's bring this back up to my gorgeous face. And where's my beverage? There we go. I love how I typed the word Fallout to make the title of this, and it changed it to Fallo. Just occurred to me, you know. Storefront or background sign for each of the stations. Yeah, that is definitely an idea, man. People dig on that. And also, if you guys have any friends that you would like to recommend this channel to, I certainly would appreciate it. I am at 449 subscribers. I am so close to 1,000. That was my goal for 2023, and we are almost at the end of it. We are almost there, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. Everybody who follows, everybody who tunes into these. There we go. That clamp, that glue, did the damn job. And now we've got a kind of a flat base. We can pop that on and then, you know, come up with another base later for it. Like I said, clamps. Give them the clamps, boss. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and make a mark. I'm just going to call this the bottom. Yeah. With a pencil, say B, and I'm putting this mark inside, on the bottom, on the exterior, and on the back as well. You're going to ask me why. I am a dummy. So if I put an arrow pointing down here, and then I put an arrow up there for the top because there's another seam, I'll get confused and I'll go, oh, that's down and that's up. So I put B for bottom, and then I know that the other one's top. If I want to be extra, I'll go ahead and I'll mark this as top with a T on all those same spots. Witness lines, never a bad thing. Absolutely never a bad thing. And it'll get painted over and covered once all the pieces are on. But I like, when I was assembling aircraft stuff, that was something that I would use. We had Sharpies. You'd clamp on your pieces, you drill your pilot holes, you drill your holes, you'd put your test rivets in to make sure that they lined up. And then if they were one of those pieces, like there's a lot of mirrored pieces where they'd be off like 1/1000th of an inch, but it needs to be on the other side, you put witness marks so you know that it lines up. Listen, it's Sunday. You got to consider these things, man. Got to consider it. All right, let's see here. I'm going to use super glue. I was going to use Eileen's Tacky or liquid nails, but I think I'm just going to stick to the cyanoacrylate for this. I'm going to start putting these bricks on in a couple areas. I'm going to make a couple with runes in them as well. Yeah, we're getting wild on a Sunday. It's Lord's Day. I don't mean the Lord. I mean the musician Lord. It is her day. All right, so we got this guy here. Scoop up a little of that. Put that on there. Just bend that. Rotate it so it sticks. Oh, look at that. I didn't get enough glue in there. Classic famine. And then I just pushed it so it follows the radius. Give it a little squeeze. That's on there pretty good. And we're starting, right? I'll put another one right next to it. Okay. Just put that one right there, just like that. Squish it on place. And then when I was saying how we'll cut them off, it's exactly like I was saying. I'll just use this knife, and I'm coming at just not a 45-degree angle, but you know, it is an angle. It's like 20 degrees, and that leaves me enough there so that I can then take that very same nail file that we were using earlier and just go like that. And now looks like those bricks were intentionally modified and chamfered to fit in that spot. Just I love little detailed stuff like that. Wenzilla teases me and gives me that, you know, doing so much for so little, and it's kind of fun. It's part of the miniature making process for me that I like. We'll do one more over here. Let's go closer to the bottom. Here we go, talking about bottoming now. Let's go. We'll get that on there. And the sound effects are critical when you're applying and putting on glue. You have to make the noise or it just doesn't work, so you're aware. I guess we'll go this way. Okay, that's on there, and I pressed it down to give it a little radius. Let that glue finish up bonding with it. And I will take my blade, like I said, little tiny angle. Oh, that was a terrible noise. Oof. Hit that with a sanding stick. And now we've got some stones on there. And we'll probably make some stones to go there too. I think I like the aesthetic of that, but let's get these other two guys posted. We'll put those on the top. Because again, we want this to seem like it's been pieced together from technology and magic and, you know, whatever, right? Because this is going to be in the middle of a desert somewhere. It's not going to be in the station directly because I want, I will be telling more stories outside of Gimmick on the Planet of Consequence. Cat hair, snowflake hair. My goodness. Dang cat. Put that on there. I'll just curve it. But I want to tell stories that are outside of Gimmick that may directly influence Gimmick, affect the planet, the universes, as it were, as these stories get told. So there we go. And one more. Put that right there. That's going to be perfect. And I'm not worrying about painting this. My man, you work all the time. I respect the hustle. Thank you for watching on the replays too. That's super huge. Hit the like button when you come through to watch it. I appreciate it. Any comments, I always like to get back to you because you always have thoughtful and insightful and kind things to say. But I'm glad you were able to pop in. Thank you, my friend. But you work all the damn time. Okay. Let's see. What do we say? We'll put some bricks down here, like tiles down here. So I'll make another run of tiles real quick. And that'll be 3. I like to do things as rules of 3. 3 is one of those visual grabs that gets people's attention. 2 isn't really a pattern. 1 is unique, but 3 draws the eyes. Okay. So here we go. We'll just use this piece like this. Yeah. So I'm going to cheat. Just going to use the scale like this. Take the blade. Cut it. Move that out of the way. And then we'll just go like this. Not too precious about them, but I do want them to be uniform in size as best I can. Okay. There we go. So we got 5 there. So let's hit those with the our old foil ball. And Red saying hi to Bjorn. We got our foil ball here. Let's place these down. And we're gonna beat the devil out of it. Like Bob Ross would say. Just beat the devil out of it. Shit, man, you're not joking about the 118s not getting any cheaper. We did make a pit stop at Toy Wiz in Naunet, New York. I can never remember how to say it correctly. And I did pick up Vel from Andor, and she was only $7.99. I like her as a Star Wars figure. I like her even more as a Fallout figure, so she will be getting Fallouted up. I'm thinking maybe give her a fur collar around that coat like Paladin Dance, some armor. You'll see. Just put that back and out of the way. Again, roughing these bad boys up. Some of them have really dings. Let's put a couple of runes in them, right? They're going to be completely freaking made-up runes because I don't have time for making, number one, real runes and then not upsetting the folks that they mean something to or the cosmic powers that be, whatever they are. So I guess we'll sand these while we think of what rune we're going to put on one of these. Yeah. Okay, there's one. Let's see. We can do one that is a infinity symbol. Yeah, so I'll use my pencil for that. We'll do, because it's going to be smaller, we'll get smart about this. Infinity symbol, and I'll put 2 dots inside the infinity. And it'll look like a pair of boobs. Oh, goodness. Really awful boobs, but there we go. I'll add something to it. Those just look like glasses now. That ain't gonna work. Oh god, that's terrible. Jesus Christ, that's awful. All right, that one's out of the game on that. Where's that foil ball? We'll just muck that up. Really muck that up, so it doesn't. I don't have to make a new piece, but I can reuse it. We'll take care of that. Boob gate. What about? I got one. This will be an Easter egg. Not knowing if I'll ever do anything from that property. I just think it'll be neat. I'll show you that in a minute. Leave you guys hanging. Okay. And again, we're just taking this really rough sanding stick, beveling those edges so that when things sit, looks cool, looks old, looks aged. Let's get some different music on this thing. Let's feed the ducks. We'll do one more rune. There we go. Simple, effective. So I'm going to start gluing these bad boys on. And I'm actually going to start down here towards the bottom, because I know it's the bottom because it says B. So that was smart. Lest I confuse my own damn self, because I am the way I am. So put our first brick right here. That'll be this guy. All right. That's beautifully done. So we'll put our next one on here, which is going to be a rune. Nice. Get that on there nice and snug. Push these down. Have a good one, my friend. Thank you for stopping in. Yeah, we don't want to crowd the space too much with rune after rune, so we'll do this. And these are just silly things, but I want to get the organic stuff out of the way so I can focus on the mechanical. So I think that's what's going to set this apart from the, more organic sci-fi, ancient artifact relic Stargate that folks like, versus this, which is a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, a little bit of column C. Okay, we got one more here. Get that slapped on. That's the one with the awful pair of boobies, space boobies. And how we will rectify that. So I'll walk this blade real quick. I'm going to sharpen this blade. That's the number one thing is foam will dull the shit out of your blades. I don't understand the science behind it myself, but I just know that it's fact. So I keep a sharpener for that reason. And for this one, to fix the booby one, I'm going to cut an angle, make it look like that one kind of chipped off. Then we'll just take that stone, mash it into those parts. And now we put our blade away. We save our scraps because we can use those for smaller bricks that I use on other projects, which you guys have seen, that I cut them out and lay them down. Give this one more walk across. And we take our sanding stick, clean up the edges that we created. Boom. So now we have some runes on there. Yes, that's a Triforce. And we've got the stone shit out of the way, I think. So now let's concentrate on making some mechanical looking parts that are, attached to this, that are helping hold this thing together. We'll do wires and stuff last after we primed it. But let's add some greeblies, right? No. We hold that thought. Old Famine forgot we have to make the radius for the front piece. So I'm going to try something. So let me get this station picked up here. Get these things out of the way. I am going to need this pencil. So we'll keep that. Going to need this knife in a moment, and I'm going to need this file. So we'll keep that, roll this ball out of the way, and we're going to bring you guys down to my station. All right, so got a radius there. Got a radius here. I'm going to go ahead and put this down. I'm going to copy the radius from here using that pencil, right? I'm just going to gently go like this. That'll work. so what I'm going to do now, got that. Hopefully you guys can see this. I know that white light over there is. Got that. I'm going to take this safety blade. I'm going to sharpen it again, because again, sharp blade gets dulled by foam quickly. Okay. I'm actually beveling this slightly with my blade. Might work for what I want it to. I'm starting to feel it pull, so I'll again sharpen it. Get back in there. Just trail one through. Right, so I've got that piece. Now, we can lay this on here. We can see that we've got extra, which is good, which is what we want. We can mark where I need this to start. So I'm going to cheat this a little bit. There's that. This one goes here. Did we angle that, or we just went straight there? We went straight there. So that's done, right? So now I've got this on here, and I see where my angles are, or where my blocks stop. So I'm just going to use this. I know what you're saying, Famine. I thought we didn't use them as a strip. Well, we're technically not here, but we want to kind of comply with that radius. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut tiny wedges into the foam, pop that out. Same here. Tiny wedge right where that radius is. Pop that out. You see what I'm doing here? You picking up what I'm doing? Basically, I'm creating false breaks in the stone that make these blocks individual and like piece together. And then I guess for here, we'll clean this up a little bit more. The blade. Okay. All right, so get rid of those scraps, get those out of the way. So we've got this here. We'll do our old foil trick. And as you can see, I constantly rotate this ball because I want it to be an imperfect pattern. I don't want it to be the same repeating pattern, or people catch that and then it takes you out of the realistic effort that you put in on this. We're going to take our sanding stick, and I'm just rounding that over like we talked about, and I almost knocked that one off, and that's fine. We can glue that one back on. I'm just going to go ahead and take that piece off to be smart about things. And then we'll, like I said, we're sanding, giving everything a nice bevel. Same for the inside too. That's where that started to tear. That's why I stopped. So we'll have to clean that up a little bit neater. Right. Cool. Same with this little guy. Let's get this on here. Yeah. That'll be good. And then this little guy is the one that goes down here. Right? Yep. So I guess we'll use him as a stopper. I mean, why not? And also, I'm going to be a little different than what I just did with the super glue on that top part. I'm also going to use my favorite turbo tacky glue. Arlene's. I'm just going to put that there for where the pieces of foam are going to meet. And then utilize that. Like I said, we're going to make this our stopper. So that's right on there. Cool. The super glue is doing that job. That's doing that job. Now we can put this tacky glue here. Then we can put our super glue there. And you'll see, oh, I just dipped my knuckle. Oh, it's in the eyelines. All right, cool. Everything lined up lovely. Press that down. Put a cap on the super glue for a moment. That's doing its job. That's doing its job. Smooth out the eyelid squeeze out. A little bit of the super glue did carry over with that, but that's okay. Smooth that out. And then once this dries up, we'll put a little more detail on it. We can also, as you can see, we've got these stones that are sticking out further than the thing. So we'll trim that in a minute. Give that super glue a chance to set up. Yeah. Cool, cool, cool. That's off there. I'll pull the camera up so I can talk to you guys. You and this hold music. So we've got some bricks, some runes. And now when I said I wanted to help them match up a little bit, we're just going to take the pencil and mash the seams together, right? Connect that gap. Connect that gap. Connect that gap. And now, looks like each of those bricks was intentionally laid there with purpose. We'll put some sealant on them. It'll help that look good, but I think that looks good, so we're just going to do that for these other 5 pieces. That'll go quick. And if I was any sort of smart, I'd hire an editor to like cut these down, but I'm not. And, you know, I don't want to do that extra work for myself. That bad of me? Probably. Is that going to change anytime soon? Probably not. Okay, same drill. It's got about the same radius, so we can sheet that. Just bring that up here. There we go. I can't use licensed music. I'm limited to what I can stream with. Trust me, man. I'd love to have the Spice Girls playing. I know you're a big fan. Sometimes you want to spice up your life. I get it. I get it. All right, we're gonna try. I'm gonna try and cheat, make this a little easier on myself, because I am feeling lazy. It's a no bones day. I don't think this is gonna hurt the. You'll tell me what you want, what you really want. I don't think this will hurt the aesthetic of this build at all. So I'm gonna try this thing, and if it doesn't work, I'm gonna rip it off, and we'll pretend like it never happened, and we won't tell anybody, right, guys? Right, guys? Okay, so we're gonna go ahead, super glue this right on, like immediately. Put our, oh, we got some squeeze out. That's gonna glue on there. Well, super glue down. And we can put the Arlene's. Somebody leans. Put that on there right now. Put that lock into place. Perfect. Handle the squeeze out. A little bit of line up to that. I'm just going to cut those grooves on the piece instead of doing it beforehand so I can work a little quicker. Trim that right off. I don't know why you were there. All right. That actually worked out better than I thought it would. So I won't even use the pencil this time. Let's use the sanding stick. Put that texture in there. There you guys. Another set. I think it worked. I think I may smack it up with the... Yeah, I'm going to hit it with this a little bit more. Just for sake of design. And then we got two more right here. So we'll do those, get those out of the way. And then we can get on to the mechanical stuff. And that little trick I just busted out there saved me some time. So why wouldn't I repeat it? I'd be a fool not to. You would be a fool not to do it, famine. Do not fail your family. Please do not defy the council, master, not again. Actually, maybe two. No, it's not. Okay. This is why tutorials are a little difficult for me, because I do change. Oh god, I hate sanding foam. Oh, I do change my methods pretty often as I learn something that's quicker, which is why I like these lives, because then you guys get to see that happen in real time. You get to know, okay, that's why that changed. Or that's why that looks different from that shot. You know, I don't have to explain it in a reel over top of the audio. Okay, we are going to put that channel there. I think I'm going to put a rune or a gem in there. Yeah, I think I'll put a gem in this one. Maybe a skull. That'd be cool. Yeah, interesting is the word we're going to use, Bjorn. Not nightmarish. It hurts my teeth. Like, noise shouldn't hurt your teeth, and yet here we are, humans, the alleged pinnacle of evolution, in the hunter-gatherer, you know, smart brains, we still have noises that hurt our teeth. That's so freaking bizarre. Go. Ooh, that's ripping. There we go. Should have sharpened the knife. It's all right. That's okay. So we've got 3 sections of stones that are helping run this machine. We can put the foam away now. Let me clean that up a little bit, because I already got foam dust on me. I don't want little pieces of foam debris in my path. Put those over there. Take a sip of my drink that was covered. Good old Polar Seltzer. Set the glues aside for a moment. Sharpen our knife. Put our foil ball away. Polar Spring Seltzer, or Polar Spring. Yeah, Polar Spring. Black Cherry Seltzer. Wish it was gin and juice, but I don't like to imbibe too much on work nights. Make sure I remember to take my vitamins. I'm supposed to take them this morning. I didn't. So, I just fished out my tote of my plastic things that are scraps or like greeblies that I may immediately use. And pull this polystyrene out. I will use this strip. Set that across. Throw that little baggie away. Get rid of that. And in case anybody's playing along, it's 0.75 by 2.5 millimeter. There's the product number. Evergreen scale models. I thought about making this the base for it. You know, it's fascinating. I could drill into it. We'll see. Could use this as like something to help steady it on the side, so we'll take that out. Let's see. That's like, it looks like a tire. That is a tire. And I got to think outside the box too. That's the other thing. And you can say famine while the box is in front of you, and I say shut up, puns are my gimmick. Womp womp. Could use these. This weird texture I like. Some more styrene sheeting. We can definitely use that. We're going to need a lot of little greeblies. So I'm pretty much going to be using a lot of interesting little pieces of this and that I don't know what they're from. So I apologize if someone's like, hey, what's that from? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. That's essentially what it is. Yeah, let's start off with this stuff, and we'll go from there. For this piece, I'm just going to cut this right in half. It's a piece of cable hider. It's already got a seam line on it on one side, so I'll just follow the seam line on the front side. There we go. Some of this polystyrene. This stuff has a texture. It's like almost like corrugated. It's actually for HO scale models. Boo. Boo. Yeah, we'll make some little bricks out of this guy. Or not bricks, but like little boxes or shapes. Some sort of bands, maybe. Keeping things together. All right. Let's see here. So we've got this polystyrene. This stuff is really good for just adding texture. We also have cardstock that we're going to use to add texture to things. I should get some of that right now, so I have it in front of me to cut from, to source from. We also have some foam, wood blocks, string, cords, stir sticks. We've got a cavalcade of items available to us. And like I say with stir sticks, go to Starbucks and just grab a couple extra with your drink each time. Or your, local coffee shop. Or if you know the people there and then, you really want a large, damn, that fell. You really want a large amount of the item, like these, you just ask, like, hey, can I grab a few more of these? Yeah, I'm using them for an art project. 99% of the time, someone's gonna be like, yeah, I don't care, go ahead. That's all you need. Okay. $3.99, best price. All right, so I'm gonna use the stir stick. Go ahead and cut those ends off. Gonna use the stir sticks to like frame out where the bricks are, almost to show that something is tangibly holding them, and that'll be a good launch point for like our clamps or whatever we do. So I'm just gonna hold that there. Okay, it's the same down there. I just wanted to make sure. Don't judge me. 2. That'll be, and I'm cheating. I'm doing this the real lazy way. I'm not taking accurate measurements. I'm just holding the stick to the area and making my pencil mark so I can cut and sand and glue it on. So we've done that. If you don't have a knife or a saw, you can use scissors on these. They are stir sticks, coffee stir sticks to be specific. And they're probably made out of like the shittiest pine wood in the world. That's fine. You can cut them and they go flying and then you lose them. Or if you're fat like me, they just bounce off your stomach and fall to the ground. So that's handy. And we'll put some rivets on these too when we get them on there afterwards. I'm kind of doing this in like an actual organized fashion for a change. Let's see here. Use a sanding stick, but I want something that's a little rougher. I'll go ahead and hit that there. I hear Miss Snowflake outside my door wanting to come in. But I'm waiting to hear if it's a let me in so I can stay in meow or let me in so I can look around and then wander off. Which could be any of them. Okay. And I'm just sanding the edges that I cut. Makes it look a little bit nicer, a little more professional. More like we give a shit about what we're doing. Yep, that sounds like a let me in. Let me go ahead and let her in the room. Give me 1 second, guys. Snowflake's about to make her first appearance on the stream. Watch out. See, girls. Rosie. Come on. Hello. Snowflake has arrived, and she is making her way around the room, scaring the dogs, letting them know that she means business, all while being cute. Hello, beautiful. Oh, hi. You want to say hello? Here, your audience is there. You can't play in the glue, but you can look. Yeah. We're building things. You're such a curious lady. One of these days, after all these hours you spend watching me, all these hours you spend watching me work on things, maybe I'll come in and you'll have something built of your own. Just a thought. Yeah. Yep. Gimmick's empty. No, you can't go up there and play. You already caused a natural disaster. All right. She's purring like crazy. Let's see if you guys can hear. All right, ma'am. Look at, I'm tangled. I gotta let you down. There you go, baby. Love you. Have fun exploring. Love that cat. The star of the show was here, yes. She's like, okay, now what can I get into? Which I genuinely think runs through her head every day. could do Arlene's, but I'm trying to make this happen fast. I'll just give myself a little bit of... Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay. That's the first time I've ever had that happen before. I guess because this is less porous than pine or whatever, that is interesting. That's sticking to me, but not sticking to the build. They really put pressure. Weird. It's all right. We're going to move on. Moving right along. Because I ain't got time for no science. Wood science. Wood science sounds like something from a 1970s porno. Oh my god, Mr. Scientist, what kind of science are you going to teach me today? Wood science. I've already written the script. Yeah, Snowflake's a good girl. Now she's chilling in front of the sun lamp, living her best life as she makes biscuits on my bed sheets. Biscuits on my bed sheets is going to be the name of her first rap album. There we go. She's going to be charging $10. She's really into physical media, but she also likes getting paid. Likes cat treats. So, damn, this sucker doesn't want to stay. This is interesting to me. Guess we'll score a little bit. See if that helps with the adhesion. Give it some tooth. That's fascinating. Frustrating, too, is the other F word I'd use. There we go. Cool. So now we've got like little brackets. We don't know what kind of brackets they are yet. It's a good base for those. So we'll use those as our launching points for anything else that we put on here now. I'm thinking... Put that on there. Yeah. Now I know for a fact that super glue and this shitty plastic does not work well together. That's okay. Because I think what we're going to do is we're going to sand it. And we're going to, yeah. That's got to have like a strip come out of it because it's actually a little thicker. Because that's on the piece that's supposed to overlap a little bit. There we go. So I have to remember that you guys need to be able to see this shit as I do it. I am the least professional streamer that, is probably out there who works on these things. I don't know. If you guys know of a streamer that's less professional, be kind to them. Not everybody gets this shit right the first time. I'm certain I haven't. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. We're going to have to do our friend super glue and baking soda. The cyanoacrylate reacts to the baking soda, causing a thermal reaction, an endothermic reaction, I should say. And it causes the super glue to heat up and cure rapidly, so it gives good grab. I'm also going to drop it on the floor. So it's a little small piece. I'm also going to go ahead and scratch it up, give it some tooth with sandpaper, even though that's not really going to help or affect it in any way. There we go. So let's get out our good friend baking soda. That's sand, not baking soda. It says sand. You know how I know it's sand, guys? Because I put the packaging label in there that says sand. You know how I know this is baking soda? Because it doesn't say sand. Okay. It's blue. See the distance. There we go. Okay. There we are. Now we'll just give this a little dressage on the outside. Take a little bit of baking soda. Sprinkle it on there. Same on this side, on the outside edge. The same little bead. And it's the tiniest little bead, right? It's not crazy. It's not anything nuts. Baking soda on there. It's already curing up. Leaves a little bit of crustiness, but we'll be able to trim that off or paint it like rust if we want to. So, not worried. And then we'll go again. We'll do that over here on this end. And I guess for the sake of repeating the performance of the last one, we will sand the edges, even though, again, it's this shitty plastic, so I know it's not going to do much. There. Okay. Oop. Go. Need a super glue there. I just vacuum too, so that's good for me. Cool. And what we'll do is we'll put the super glue to the side now. Just keep it out of the way. And put the lid on the baking soda. That's out of the way there too. Let's just go like this. Take down that was a heavy bead I put on this end. And it kind of built up. So I'll just smooth it. There we go. A little better. A little less crazy. Cool. All right. So put that on there. Guess we're going to need to dip into some of the other waste product I've got here from other things. You guys might remember this one from the wall, the post that was holding up the beam, and holding up is in quotation marks because it clearly wasn't doing shit. Let's use a little polystyrene here. I'll just bend that piece, tack it down, cut it there. I am being very unprofessional right now. You know, could be measuring, but this is the crafts part of arts and crafts, right? I'm just figuring shit up as I go along, making up pieces of information. Okay. Let that cure. We'll bend that. We'll repeat the same thing right here. That's attached itself nicely. I do have a little bit of stick over. That's what you should be watching instead of watching me jackjaw for 5 hours. It's Firefly. And you can hear Nathan Fillion jackjaw for 5 hours, which is always a better idea than listening to me talk. See, just a little simple thing there. Is it technology? Is it just hardware? I don't know. I don't know yet. I just work here. Repeating the same steps. There's going to be a lot of repetition. Another reason why I like doing projects like this on a stream, because I don't have to, do it and, cut it or show it, oh, I did this 20 more times, and you guys can actually watch me do it 20 more times, which is pleasant. I think you guys deserve to watch me do things 20 times. There we go. I'll just press that down. Like I said, we'll be hitting these things with rivets and all kinds of crazy shit. And the key on here is texture. Okay, you made it through Firefly. I am glad for that. I hope you enjoyed it. It's one of my favorite shows, so I always hope people like it. Let's be weird here. Yeah, let's add some vertical lines or horizontal lines instead of vertical. Yeah. Here, I'll just actually score that. Oop. There we go. So I've got my score line, and this is styrene. Styrene, you don't have to hack through it. You literally just drag your blade through it a couple of times, and then it snaps. It's so easy. So easy. Then it takes sanding stick, nail file, whatever you want to call it. I'm giving this back tooth because it is super smooth. And it's really taken the luster off of that. Created all these little channels. I wiped the dust off. And then as we do here, because everything's kind of got significant age to it, we'll take this and just round the edges. So maybe it's a scrap resource or something. We don't know. But I do like that pattern. So we're going to go ahead, put down some glue in the middle. There we go. Ooh. Right, oop. Right in there, possibly, maybe. Did I F it up a little bit? Yeah, I did. Am I super concerned? No, I'm not. Okay, so that's in there. So let's just cut there. Actually, cut that sucker right off. There we go. Correcting my mistake. Push that in. There we go. Oh, need a little more glue here. What up, Eddie? Red, how's it going? If you guys aren't following Eddie or Edelheim Station over on Instagram yet, what are you doing with your life? All right, that's on there. Cool. And now we're just starting to put on all these freaking details, right? I'll do this again over here with this section. Somehow that super glue squirted. Man, I didn't know my hands were that good. Let's see here. Cut across that there. Making that line, like I said, score marks are easier on styrene because you just have to score it a couple of times. And when I say score, I guess people might not know what that means. It literally just you create a tiny little groove with your knife and then just drag your knife over it again and again. You don't need to put any pressure. Just let the blade do its job, right? And then when it's done its job again, styrene, you can just fold it and it snaps. It's not hard. You don't have to, push through and work yourself or get a saw or anything like that. Styrene is one of the most accessible and easy to utilize hobby crafts in the world. You can literally just get an X-Acto knife or a box, a literal box cutter, some styrene, some super glue, some model glue, and, build just like people from ILM do. That's how simple these tools are. Once again, hitting the backside with this rough side of the sanding stick just to give it some tooth. Let's see if I can get this thing to line up again correctly. Yeah. Made that a little bit of a gap there, but whatever. It's all good, baby, baby. The words of Biggie. All right. That's cool. See? And now we're just starting to deck this thing out. We're starting to make things appear how we want them to. And if you're like me and you constantly spill super glue on your workstation, just put a little baking soda on it. And when it's done, you can just scrape it off with a knife carefully. Food for thought. Let's see here. Now this shit, some dollar store plastic from like a bingo game. And it's got a weird texture. It's got like these little bowls. And initially I was like, okay, I'll use that to like make UV resin rivets. But again, I found like all the rivet solutions that I really want right now. So I think what I'll do is just cut a section of it out, maybe put it on there for like detail again, just like an oddball. I don't know. I may wait on that. And by I may means I'm going to. So let's use some cardstock that we have here. It's again just like off of a package. Cut it, square it up, and we'll fasten it. We'll bend it over. Sexy. Now we'll fasten it in place. We'll use it as like a thing to attach greeblies to. You know me, anytime the cardboard has a texture like a printed thing on there, I just go ahead and scuff it up before I glue it on. Helps everything. Get out of there, snowflake hair. That's in there. Oop. That's on there. I'll take that and bend that in. Go. And what I'm using this piece for right here is I'm actually going to make it look like two pieces of metal were folded over as a clamp. It was a tray or a DIY sign kit or something. I got it for, I want to say I paid $8, but I feel like I paid a lot less because it was a clearance item at Joann Fabrics. But I think it was $8. I'm just cutting off a piece of that corrugated styrene. I use scissors. Again, you could use scissors if you wanted to. I needed to count lines, so I did that and then use the scissors. Then you take that sanding stick. Again, you just give it a little texture, give it a little tooth. Throw that on there. And it's just another point of interest, right? It's another piece of interesting texturing and layering that makes you wonder. You can build your, in theory, this is one of those things where it's like you could just see this. You could tell a story by looking at the project, or the viewer could make up reasons why things are like that on the project just by viewing it. If you didn't have someone to tell you about the lore or why, you don't have somebody jabberjawing in your ear like me, you could look at this and maybe come to your own conclusions why pieces are like that, why are these plates layered there? That's weird. Like, just little shit like that. And I think I'll take it even further, right? Yeah, I've got some strips of EVA foam from a previous project when we did that energy hub, I guess we'll call it. Cross-rich string. Oh, I'm sure you could. It's not a bad idea. Wooden cross-stitch ring. I don't doubt that for a second. I think that would work 100% fine. Here I'm just applying a strip of EVA foam that apparently the super glue really wants to get in places I don't want it today. Tap that down. Whoop. Tack that down. Super glue does not want to play ball today. Is it the right material, right thing for what I'm doing right now? I don't know. Is it what I'm using right now? Yes, it is. We'll just clean that up. Cut that out of the way. There we go. Now we got some weird ass, texture being built up over here. Why? We don't know yet. Haven't figured that much out. It's outer space. It's magic. It's mystery. It's science. Science fiction. And we'll attach this little plate to the outside. Yeah. Dig that. This is made from an old Dunkin' Donuts gift card. I cut it and copied the bevels in a previous stream just to show you guys how to do that. And I really scuffed up the back, but I do want to scuff up the front because I'm going to need it to accept paint and possibly more glue, depending. So we'll just go over that. Take that shine off of the styrene. Okay. Let's just glue that on there, right? So we'll actually be smart about how we do this. Since the super glue wants to bite me. There we go. And again, if anybody's watching the replay on the channel, I appreciate you tuning in after the fact. If you like what I'm doing, you can always hit that like and subscribe button. Helps the channel out, helps me out. Helps me get seen by other people that may be interested in my work. I love shouting out people, so if you're a maker and you hop in my videos, we chat and I check out your work, and I love it. I'm obviously going to tell everybody about it. So there we go. That's badass. Just a panel on there. No idea why. Why is it there? Who knows? We'll put another piece of styrene on here, the styrene strip. Why? Who knows? I'm just feeling like that needs to go there. So that's what we're doing. Building it up as we go. Making steps up as we go. You know, again, it's like, why is this piece here? Don't know. Does it need an explanation? Probably not. Will I come up with something because I'm that type of like focused on my storytelling and what I do? Yeah, probably I will. But them's the ropes, man. It's how we make this shit happen. So we're just adding more and more and giving this detail, giving this character. Let's see, I got a little, it's like a thing from a Hot Wheels wheel. Let's sand that up. We'll put that near one of these clamping bands. And what we can do, we can pretend it's like a PowerPoint, or like something, not a PowerPoint presentation, like something that clips onto it. Yeah. And all that's going to take is me having my fingertips being able to hold onto it since they're coated in super glue and baking soda. How? Because your hands are covered in baking soda and super glue, fam. And why is this so hard for you to understand why things are sticking to you? All right. Let that sit there for a second. See if it'll attach. If not, we'll have to use the baking soda method. But I'm going to use a trick that I learned to get this off, which is just a little sanding stick, nail file, and it helps bring the super glue down. You'll obviously feel it when it hits your skin, unless you have fingertip sensitivity. Then maybe try rubbing alcohol. It'll just take it right off. Now I have more feeling in my fingers. Got that heavy buildup off. Look at the shadow over there. That looks pornographic. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, Dom. If you're watching this with the boys, I tried not to swear. I really did. Really spent some time not swearing this stream for you, buddy. Instead, I did that. Yeah, it did glue. All right, cool. And I can pick it up by it. So that's on there. What else? What else? We've got card. We've got foam. We've got rivet details that I want to put on there in a bit. We've got some more wood. I guess we're going to keep using cardstock. I'm liking that as an option for like, especially for like base layers. So let's go ahead and cut a couple more strips off of here. I am getting hungry though. Just get that sanding on there. And if you haven't thought about it, share one of my videos on your social media to like your friends, family, you know, people who may not be into arts and crafts that you think of, but they might like this type of stuff. Naughty Shadows is the name of a movie you saw once, I think. I think I saw that, but I think Naughty Shadows number 7 was better than 1. Let's make this unique, right? We'll put an angle, put another angle, but we'll make it a smaller one. We'll do a big angle down here, boom, and then we'll leave that square. So let's see how we're going to attach this. Actually, we need to narrow that down, make it a little thinner. Yep, cool, that'll work. I think I might want it a little thinner. There we are. Go. That's just a panel on there. And diorama. Nice. That's technically not a Stargate. It's so much more and so much less than that. But concept is similar. So I mean, you're not wrong, but you're also not right. Do another panel, and I'm just cutting little 45-degree angles on the corners because that's science fiction. And I'll round one of them. There we go. Boop. What's it for? Why does it do that? I don't know. Cool, cool. Yeah, let's put that like this. Cool. And I'm just, this is me just like aiming, you know, I'm kind of throwing junk at it and seeing where it sticks, so to speak. Like right here, I just had a piece and I was like, where's that going to go? Right up against the foam. And just building up layers, building up, you know, strapping around things. Let's do that here on this guy. We did this a little bit previously on another piece. And I learned that this wood doesn't stick well because it's some type of wood that is not as porous as pine or balsa. I don't know what kind it is, but I'm using it. Stir stick. It was free 50. Yeah, you're not wrong. I know the overall look that I'm going for, the overall inspiration that I'm taking, but I also, you know, just have to try things in order to see. And this is a case where just experimenting right on it isn't going to hurt anything. Just makes the process a little more extreme, a little more interesting. Makes me knock things to the ground when I shouldn't have. Cool, cool. There we go. Just use that sanding stick a little bit there. Run that in. Whoops. There we go. Cool. And like I said, I'm just stacking up layers, making things on there. Maybe I'll even, yeah, hell yeah. Why not? Now I'm just gonna lay this piece here. And then I will repeat my little fold over process, which is also something you can try in the bedroom. It's called the fold over process. I'll let your imagination run wild with that. DM me for more details. Okay, there's that. Just layering, building it up. And then when I, put the primer coat on and, start dry brushing things and adding colors and washes and all that, it's really going to pop. It's really going to sparkle and jump off the page. Cool. Let's try something different over there. Because we can. We're going to do this over the floor so I can vacuum it up, get some of this glue off my hands. Another good tip. Nah. Maybe. That looks too... Well... Guess we're going to try it. That's what we do here at Famine Studios. We just see what works. Thought it would look too janky, but blended real nice, that's for damn sure. A little bit more. There. Okay, here we go. There it is. You're wondering like what this thing that I'm doing here is. I've got a corrugated metal piece that's bigger corrugations. It's 1/18 scale material. Actually, maybe 187th. Jesus, or maybe 1/64 scale. But it's styrene. That's what happens when you only score at one mark. You wind up having to fight it, which is what I'm doing right now. But more or less taken care of. Here we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and put a piece of foam around that edge just to cover up that sharp plastic, because I am me. Now, I do have some self-adhesive EVA foam, so I guess I'll grab that. Cool. I think I found what I'm going to use as the base for this build. Got these two, technically three, pieces. I could just do that. It doesn't need to be, climbing to the sky. No, the ring is 11.75. So I could do that, make it like stairs as they come, so they come down when they parse through this portal. I kind of do dig that. We'll come back to that. Anyway, like I said, self-adhesive EVA foam, so we'll use that for some detail. It's the same thickness as that other EVA I was using. Nothing's lost. Circles like ripples in water in space-time, Bjorn. You throw a rock into a pond, it creates all the ripples in the water, but then it smooths itself out. It's about as philosophical as I'm willing to get today. Like I said, I'm going to go ahead and put this on here, right on the edge. Now we're talking about edging. Put that on there. And that just makes that look more intentional. That's the other thing too, is you want a lot of this stuff to look like it belongs there, like it was put there with purpose and not just slapdash together, which is kind of why I spend a little bit of time, talking things out, either myself or with you guys when I'm in the chat, basically giving an explanation for why something would be that way, so it doesn't look too slapdash together. Bless you. Bless you, honey. That's how we make money. We keep the sponsors entertained. Sponsors, I mean investors, and investors, I mean you guys that donate to the channel. Patrons, as it were, of the arts. And that's actually one of those things why I do appreciate Patreon. I just haven't opened one up yet. It will probably be the same price as a Ko-Fi coffee. And just like that's the price, and I'll do some BTS stuff each week. But or do members only streams, things of that nature. That type of deluxe exclusivity that you guys would get in exchange for that monthly. But yeah, I like the idea that Patreon exists because it does allow people in 2024, 2023, 2024 to be patrons of the arts. Like that was a thing that was like a pride. People were proud of that in ancient Rome, Greece. Like and even during the Renaissance, where people were proud that they had artists that they gave money to and were just like, go create, go make, and they'd make these fucking amazing pieces of artwork that people are still talking about today. Like that's so cool. And so I love the idea that Patreon's out there as an option for people to support artists that they like. And it's not, it doesn't cost you nearly what it used to cost for that, and it's small donations and things like that. So again, I'm just happy that that's out there for a lot of artists, a lot of makers. Cool. I'm just finding these pieces that fit too. Whoop. Oh, I dropped it. Oh god, I dropped it. Finding these pieces that fit and where they can fit. As I go along here. Right over that. Actually might cover these wooden pieces with some of this foam. I think I'm going to do that. Because the foam adds a little more substance to it. It's also easier to glue on. Glue on? No, glue on. Glue on. Nobody said glue on, famine. Shut up, self. Can you tell I'm tired, guys? I'm talking to myself. And I'm talking to you at the same time, but I'm like speaking in third person, which is probably not healthy. See, again, I'm just covering that wood up. Maybe there's glue on. I don't know. Nice. Yeah, this is more and more. This foam, I think, was a good idea to grab this foam. It's giving me more confidence in this build. And on the notion of a Patreon, there are a few people that I'm subscribed to as patrons. Bill making stuff, Craftsman, Jason Jensen, good friend of the channels, good friend of us world makers. Go check out jasonjensentrains.com and check out his sci-fi offerings. I use them in Gimmick. They are freaking awesome. And there's also like complete diorama kits too. That's another awesome thing that Jason has. Okay. See, just building up, adding layers, making things thick, making it thick. Adding some thickness and depth. There we go. Cut that there. Perfect, perfect. Yep. I have one of the hallway kits, and I just haven't put it together yet. I want to take a whole day and probably do a build stream for that, but I'll save that for a snow day in January or maybe a vacation day. Maybe New Year's Day. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing half the time that I'm doing it. All right, so here is where we're going to utilize our hole punch. I'm using a hole punch on this self-adhesive. It will gum up the hole punch. I know because I did this before, but we're going to basically make some strapping. I kind of fudge the straight line, but that's all right. We'll make it work. Okay. Cut that there. And that's the great thing about foam that is adhesive, and we have glues and everything, is that we can literally just manipulate it. Yes, I'm starring that comment. Gonna hit all the walls. Ladies, fellas, it's 2023. I don't know what's going on. And again, here we go. Put that there. And that around there. Bring that in. I'll just cut that there, right? Because we're going to do something else here. So we've cut that there. As you can see, there's a bit of a hole. Right? Because I punched the holes on there. Now we've got that character on there. Which character is it? It's Mighty Mouse. And what we can do is now we can take another strip of foam, or even styrene, or cardstock. I think we want to do cardstock for this one, right? Let's see. Which cardstock would I like to manipulate? Yeah, I have a box of them. I've just been trying to like nip off of packages that I have here. Don't ever do that again to my computer. Turn on Windows backup. You turn on Windows backup. Your Windows back up. As I was saying before I randomly interrupted myself and went on a tangent at an inanimate object, just, you know, packaging that I have sitting around taking up space here before I jump into my collection of packages. So, cardstock. There we go. Got a piece off of the old liquid nails. Now we're going to take this. I do want this to look a little bit neat and uniform, so I'm going to take my scale with the metallic edge. Going to place that down, get a straight line. I'll just walk this blade a couple of times through the cardboard. We don't need to saw through it, so you get a lot of tears and rips and stuff. Just trim that excess line off. Boom. So now I've got a piece of material. And I'm going to sand it with my sanding stick right here. Because again, this is, it's got that shininess on the coating on the outside. All right, I'll plug my device in, but not because you told me to, Windows, because I wanted to. JK, it was because it told me to. See, there's no outlet behind where this system is set up. So I have to use an outlet behind me, which has this cord draped through it. It's a whole freaking thing. Now I'm just knocking shit on the floor. All right. So I've scuffed up the paper. As you can see, it's no longer like really nice, which means it'll adhere well, or at least adhere better than it was. And I'm going to put a bead super glue right up against it. And we'll use that right up against there. And oftentimes, that super glue soaks into the cardboard and makes that shit rock hard, and you can sand it just like you would a piece of wood. Like you would. Rock Hard Woodwood, sponsoring Famine Studios. Y'all laugh, but one of my sponsor goals is going to be Blue Chew, just so when I put up the 18 or older, warning on my videos, because we have to do that now due to the laws that were passed, which are good because there were people that were utilizing kids' toy videos for inappropriate things. But all of these are adult collectibles, and so I want Blue Chew to sponsor me so I can have Blue Chew ads randomly in my videos. Be like, yeah, this Bondo is curing rock hard. You know what else is rock hard? Me after a Blue Chew. Use Blue Chew code Jackalope to get 20% off your first order, and it'll be great, and I'll have the fucking time of my life, and also Blue Chew. Shit works, man. Right. Did I do that correctly? Yes, I did. All right, cool. This is working out. Way past my expectation, but also like I kind of knew this was gonna work, so looks like maybe may have done this before on other projects. There we go. Get in there, you son bitch. Couple of the wrestling podcasts I listen to are sponsored by Blue Chew, and they always work the humor of like, that was a really hard-hitting move that happened on Saturday, and you know what else is hard? You, when you've got Blue Chew. And it just fucking tickles me every time. Like Blue Chew. I don't know what I'm saying. You'll see I use my blade as like a push tool sometimes, especially when I'm using super glue, because it allows me to put pressure safely. My thumb is not on the blade. It's actually away from the blade, so even if the blade fell out of my hand right now, it wouldn't cut me, or shouldn't cut me. Well, also, I believe in their product and everything, but come on, that's going to be hilarious. Especially on cardboard, it lets me push in and leave like marks. And now we've got layered up on there. It's different, looks different. And I'm just going to keep doing this. I mean, if you guys want to hang and watch me do this, this is great. I enjoy the company, but I completely understand if, watching somebody glue little strips and squares of material onto something over and over again is boring to you. But I appreciate you guys sticking around who are here. I'm really trying to put in the hours to get the viewership hours, so I can monetize this channel. I don't know that I'll be able to take this YouTube thing full time. It would be a lovely, 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 lovely thing if that were to happen. It'll take work and hours, but I'd also like to monetize this again to help out a little bit to offset the cost of some of these projects that I'm doing, and also to, keep food in my stomach. I love having items of residual income, different ideas, and different things for different people too, right? That's why I'm selling stickers. I have a book, which you guys can pick up on Amazon. It makes a great Christmas present. It's written under the pen name Kevin E.C. Kurgel. It's called Tales of the Undead. Check it out. It is a zombie short story book. I'm going to be writing a World Makers pocketbook that you guys will be able to pick up for a stupidly cheap price. And it's going to have resources for world building. It's going to have details, tips, tricks, anecdotes, photos from different world builders and makers. I'm excited for it. And it's going to have sections in the back and in between chapters where you can put down notes. I want this thing to be a usable, tangible item that you're going to want to keep. And the cover is going to be kick-ass. It's going to be something you can either leave it out if you want it left out, or you can put it on a shelf and be proud to have it. I'm really excited to have it. But also you can stick it in your pocket while you work. And that's the idea of small little tangible product for toy collecting and world building that's not a toy, but you can still use it and get things out of it. Wouldn't that be something? Nah, no. Although, it does fit. I would be able to, but no. But what? No. What if I did? Could do it on the inside. No. Anyway, get that idea right. Get out of here with that idea, Bjorn. All right, let's set that aside for a moment. Do a little bit of cleanup, a little bit of maintenance. Put my tools away. I'm not using that hole punch right now, so I put that away. Always grab my scissors. I'm not using those, so I'm putting it away. Like I really need to get better about this, but narrating it to myself is a good way to remember to do it. Oh, baking soda scooper's got to go back in the baking soda. One of the great things about the Fallout thing is I see that they're embracing the notion of the different factions in the show. I'm glad that it's not, this season we're going to tell the Vault Dweller story, and then maybe next season we'll do a Ghoul, or we'll briefly allude to the Paladins and the Brotherhood of Steel. Like, they're putting in creativity and work for these characters that they're building in this world, and I think that's really freaking cool. And just like, I know a few people who worked on things in the show. I just found out my friend, one of their products from their Etsy was scooped up by production and used on the show, like in a pretty clear scene in the trailer. That's so damn epic. And some of it was filmed here in Long Island, in New York State, which is always cool when your home state, where you live, where you've been, is featured in something. Albany has been in countless movies. They've used the city of Albany for a lot of productions, independent films. So always happy to see and hear that. But they didn't film Fallout in Albany. Don't get it wrong. I'm not getting confused. But they did film it in Long Island, which is my home state here of New York. And I like to know that happened. I would say probably the two most famous movies that were filmed in Albany would be Salt, the Angelina Jolie film, And also, I would say the other guys. They filmed some scenes here in Albany, a car crash, and basically the setup for the scene where Rock and Sam Jackson take their leap of faith, and that was filmed in Albany. There we go. Yeah, that's starting to look like something. What? I don't know, but it's something. Oklahoma doesn't get a lot of love. So New York offers huge tax breaks because New York City was getting so much of film production, right? They were getting movies, and there were prop houses being built down there. There's Kaufman Studios. I believe it's Cinemax, not Cinemax. Showtime. Showtime has a studio in Queens, New York. And so film was starting to become a big thing. The pandemic happened, which shut down production on a lot of stuff. As far as TV shows that were filming in Albany, The Gilded Age, they filmed in Albany and Troy. They like literally filmed on my girlfriend's block. They put down 6 inches of dirt on the roads and then pressed in faux cobblestones so that it looked like old-timey Victorian roads. They filmed Punisher season 2 in Albany, where he's in the cop uniform. He's in the police uniform, and there's the big ambulance crash and everything. That whole bridge intersection there is Albany, New York. You could literally look out my girlfriend's old apartment, see the buildings. I drive that road every time I go up to visit my girlfriend. Let's see. DiCaprio, Legends of the Forest Moon. That I know what it is. It's based on a book, a terrible, terrible real life story. Flower Moon. Money Train, Die Hard 3, and Bed of Roses in Manhattan. True Elephant Statue, Park and Die Hard, Assumption Square Park. Oh, the elephant statue in the park in Die Hard is Thompson Square Park. And that's, the elephant is, the one that Edison killed. If I'm wrong, please correct me. I got a big kick. Speaking of DiCaprio and New York City filming, my best friend Derek, who I know is not watching right now because he's got children and my nephews are handfuls, he calls me up. He's like, I'm late for work. I'm like, what are you calling me for? He's like, I don't know. I just wanted to chat with you. I haven't heard from you in a while. And I said, oh, okay. I said, well, why are you late for work? And he's like, yeah, they're filming here in Astoria. And I'm like, what are they filming? He's like, I don't know. Some movie. They're in the diner on the corner, and Leonardo DiCaprio's there, and they've got it all blocked up. You can't get to the subway. He's like, so I'm late, so I'm walking. And I'm like, bro, that's a Martin Scorsese movie, Wolf of Wall Street. Like, that's got everybody in it. And it was literally right around the corner from his apartment, or from his house, I should say. So that scene in Wolf of Wall Street where they're in the diner, and, Jonah Hill's sitting there, and he's like, yeah, how much money do you make a year? And he's there a week, and he's like, oh, my last check was like $28,000. He's like, you're fucking kidding me. He's like, no, I'm serious. That was my check. And he goes, you produce a pay stub that says $28,000. I will quit my fucking job right now and come work for you. And then DiCaprio pulls out his pay stub and shows it to him, and you see Jonah Hill reading it. And then the very next scene is him standing at the payphone in the diner going, yeah, no, I quit. And that was filmed right there, right around the corner from my best buddy's place. And it's like, I've had breakfast food there, so it's cool. I thought that statue was for the elephant that Edison electrocuted when he was trying to show off DC current and all that, and show how safe it was or some shit, or how dangerous it was to try and get people to switch to AC. That movie's not for everyone. It's a long Scorsese movie. It is a Scorsese movie, though. Despite what he talks shit about other movies and comic book movies, because I get it, like they are a very specific genre, despite what we can pretend. Um, and he doesn't like it, but I can't fault an artist for not liking somebody else's art. He never says it's not movies. It's just not his what he views as cinema. His in his eyes, what a movie should be. But it's a Scorsese movie. It's Leonardo DiCaprio, Margot Robbie, Jonah Hill, Johnny Bernthal. Like, there's so many fucking big names in that movie. And De Niro is in it. I think De Niro plays Leonardo DiCaprio's father. And it's funny. It's tense. And yes, she is naked in that movie. And I mean, God bless her. But also, like, it's just, there's so much humor and it's very period, which means that it's, yeah, absolutely. It's, I guess it's not good in the same way, but I see that explanation, and that's very smart. Like, people that really think Evan Peters did a great job as Jeffrey Dahmer, and they're like, "Oh, it was so great, it was so great." Really, it's like, yeah, they made an excellent product about this guy that's a scumbag, because the artists that are doing it, the actors, the directors, all of that were really good. But it's still a story about a guy who was recently alive that was killing people and eating them. It's not like, Jason Voorhees or Leatherface. While they may have been based loosely on real events, you're not going to turn on, TV and see a kid with a, Jeffrey Dahmer t-shirt on. And they're putting, did I see that right? Or is that a hoax or whatever? It came up on my Twitter feed that I saw Peter Griffin, Solid Snake, and Evan Peters as Jeffrey Dahmer from Netflix are in Fortnite. Like, I couldn't imagine being one of the victims, the victims' family members, who are all still very much alive, except for the older ones who have passed, that would now, maybe go over to a nephew's house or something, who might not know the family. The family didn't know, younger family member might not know, and he turns on the game and he's playing as Jeffrey Dahmer in Fortnite or Dead by Daylight or whatever it was. Like, I couldn't imagine. That's one of the reasons I'd love to do. I wanted to do a historic. It is true. Okay. I'd love to do a historical Jack the Ripper costume, based on all the police evidence, all of the tools that they alleged that he used, like all the different careers that they thought he would have. But I also still respect that there are plenty of people out there tied to that. The case has never been solved. It's never been pinned down. And while I want to do the historical costume of it, I don't need to. It's just something I thought that I would enjoy doing. And obviously I'm not doing it, but like, I 100% got that. And yeah, I don't mind the serial killer drama, use your words, famine, genre. I like true crime. I listen to a lot of true crime podcasts. I love when they're solved. It breaks my heart when I listen to the unsolved ones and, like, there's families still looking for justice. I don't like the, what's the word? Like, basically turning some of these people into messiahs because they're cool and people want to be counterculture. And, I'm so fucking metal. I love, Jeffrey Dahmer and fucking Ed Gein. And it's like, you don't have to be a piece of shit and worship these guys. You could be fascinated with them. And there are ways to be fascinated with them, and then there are ways that people idolize them. And, for me, shit's weird. It's like, I'm a huge World War. No, I understand that you didn't. Yeah. So to give Reds that response, they give tours in Milwaukee of where Dahmer used to go to the clubs and pick up his victims, and he wanted to be clear that he didn't go to them himself and wasn't giving the tours. It was that. But one of our local colleges, Anthony, I want to say it was St. Rose, but we see what's happening there. They're closing St. Rose, by the way. has a forensics lab, like state-of-the-art forensics lab. They've been using it to crack cold cases that the police aren't able to dedicate time to as part of their school curriculum. And they've been doing amazing, amazing stuff. And one of the podcasts that I listened to was specifically about them using those tools to solve some old murders in Albany. And like, that's so fucking neat. And that's I gotta say, I've been pissed off at plenty of people. I've been in really bad situations before, you know. And it's like, I've never been like, I could unalive this person because I know what technology exists, and there's no way you're getting away with it. Yeah. I would bet 1,000% that program gets picked up and independently funded, because it was donation based. A lot of the equipment that they got was all donations from science laboratories and grants. So I would imagine that other colleges will pick that up and get that program over there, because it brings a lot of prestige to the school, but also it's doing a great public service, and that brings a lot of good publicity. Let's bring this here. So I've got this piece of foam. Now this one I'm going to do a little different. I don't have flame over here. Oh, this will be fun. I'm glad you're not offended. I just wanted to be clear in case anybody's watching the replay of that, or maybe pops in that, you know, you weren't in that category. And also, Anthony Nexium, that was here in Colony. So I actually went to one of their, before I knew it was, you know, nobody knew until it came out in the news that it was a big cult thing. And essentially they were doing like, they'd have people come and you would sit through like a sales pitch, and they would ask you questions about like products and how likely you were to recommend that, and like how likely you would be to convince friends and family to purchase this item. And I went to one, and they just kept asking the weirdest questions. So I started asking questions too, because I thought it was like a famine problem. Like, I thought maybe it was me, I just wasn't understanding or whatever. So like, when they broke us into groups to do like little projects and talk to the people, they just pulled me aside and paid me the $20 that was promised for attending the little thing, and sent me on my way. And then it turned out that it was one of their companies in their pyramid scheme that they used to move money around to keep Keith Raniere, you know, and all that weird shit that he was doing, you know, out of the public scrutiny. And it blew my mind, like, finding that out, that was just here in our backyard. And it's like, truly, you don't know what's going on. All right. I just made this little piece of plate metal here, and let's scuff this metal up, right? Because it's going to be bent around a radius. So we'll just put some, like, a little thing there. And we want that to be where weathering pulls up, and yeah. We'll add a couple of slashes and tears and marks and pieces like that. And then we're just going to peel this off the backing. If I can get my fat fingers to work. I'll stand this up so you guys can see. And I'll put that on there on the radius, right? And that's the great thing about self-adhesive foam. You can kind of manipulate it and get it to follow certain things. So there we go. Just do that a little bit over here. And I'll just bend that like that. And I actually knew before I started cosplaying or anything like that, like manipulating foam to make it work in your advantage, we used to put foam gaskets made of really dense EVA foam on the windows for Black Hawk helicopters, the emergency exit windows and the emergency bubble exit windows for search and rescue Sikorskis that that were used. And so when we put the contact cement on, like cosplayers do with barge, or leather workers use barge, we use 3M contact cement and we put it down, and then sometimes the foam would like shrink due to coldness or they'd cut it a little short. You could basically manipulate it as you put it down, and as it would grip you could stretch it a little bit, and you keep working and working and working until you got the end, and you'd always wind up with like a little bit extra because you were able to manipulate it to be the same length as what you were working on. So that's one of the other reasons I like working with EVA foam. Most famous person from my hometown. I don't want to say. There's a woman that went missing some years ago and she has never been found, and her family still hopes for a good ending. And I don't know. Aside from that, I hate to say that because I don't consider myself famous, but me being on MTV and being kicked out of the school for like on election day and all that other stuff because of me being on MTV put me in the spotlight a lot. So maybe me. I don't think Ravina has a lot of like celebrities. Now, if you were saying like Albany or whatever, I could probably go on all day about the famous people from Albany who are far more famous than I currently am. Um, like Maria Hill from In This Moment, she is far more famous than I. Her son, also from the area, he's a fashion designer, very famous individual. But that's Albany. As far as my hometown of Ravina would go, would probably be me. Creator of SpongeBob is from your hometown. That's neat. Does he still reside there, or did he move out to LA or whatever? Uh, name of the show was High School Stories. It was MTV's High School Stories: Pranks, Controversies, and Scandals. And I was on that. It aired October 2005, and then it still continues to air sporadically on MTV's 2 and 3. Every so often, I'll get somebody who reaches out to me that I went to school with or is an old internet friend from way back in the day of message boards, and they'll be like, "Dude, I saw your show was on MTV. The other day. It was like on at like 2 in the morning. It's so crazy. I forgot all about that. I had to tell my wife, and it's like just really that type of situation." Uh, Mercer Mayer grew up with his daughter, a few years older than you babysat. Yeah, that's what is it? That comedian John Mulaney had a whole bit about that where it's like he was 11 and his babysitter was 13, and he said it's like dogs watching horses, like just a bizarre thing that parents would do. And like, oh yeah, here you go, here's your babysitter, and it turns out the babysitter is only like 2 years your difference. I thought I remembered that, but I didn't want to assume. That's why I figured I would ask in a question like that. Like, are they still in town? I mean, is he buried in town? Jesus, I'm terrible. There we go. All right, so I didn't F this up as badly as I thought I did. Yeah. I I had a friend. We're going to call her Sue. I had a roommate I was getting ready to move into an apartment together. And so, we would hang out all the time. I'd crash at his studio. And one day he's like, oh, come hang out with me and this chick. You know, we met at the bar. We came back for drinks. It's like, just come hang. So I come over, and lo and behold, Sue is a gal who babysat me when I was a wee kid. And I'm like, holy shit, Sue. I haven't seen you in fucking years. This is wild. And she's like, oh my God, you're all grown up, blah, blah, blah. I never thought I'd be sitting here having a drink with you. And so we're sitting there talking and having a blast. And just the fact that she's only maybe, I think we worked it out that she was like 2 years older than me, 2 years my senior. And we're going on and we're having laughs and everything. And, he starts giving me all right, man, time for you to take off so we can do our thing. I'm like, all right, cool. And he's like, I'll call you, when she leaves and you come back and we can order pizza and whatnot. And I'm like, I get it. And you go for your bro. They get to doing their thing. She does a favor for him. He gets up and goes to the bathroom to take a leak, comes back out, and she's gone. Doesn't think anything about it. He's like, all right, cool. They were just, there to hook up and have drinks. They weren't, looking for a relationship. Calls me up. He's like, all right, head back over. We'll get a pizza. We'll finish the season of Lost. We'll play some Call of Duty or something. So like, all right, cool. I get over there. He's talking to the pizza delivery guy. While he was in the bathroom taking a piss, she took his wallet out of his pants, took all of his cash out of it, and disappeared. And I'm like, sorry, buddy. I didn't know that they were like that. But man, that story killed me. That's cool. I had a drink with one of my favorite teachers once. My participation in government teacher, and we were, clearly I was of age, but he came into the restaurant where I was working, and I had just gotten done with work, just clocked out, changed my clothes because I used to hang out and sit at the bar and drink for free, and usually got food at the end of the night for free. And lo and behold, my teacher came in, and I was like, holy shit. And we started talking and, sat there and drank a couple of beers and just had good, normal adult conversation, not, tethered by school. And it was fun. Not anything I'd seek out. I'm not like, man, I want to know what my teachers are like when they've had a couple, but it's just a weird experience. Let's see. Put that there. Could do that. Yeah. Or yes. I did not attend any of my reunions. We did a mini reunion at my friend's house, her and her husband. They threw it because we were the group that I was a part of. And I say I wasn't a popular kid in school. I truly wasn't. I had one friend, Matt Brighthop, and another guy that I used to hang with. We don't speak anymore. But it was truly just like me and Matt all the time. And otherwise, I'd tag along on a couple adventures here and there, but it was really, just me and Matt as friends. And it wasn't until my junior year, towards the end there, where I did the whole stripper prom thing before MTV filmed it and, all that, because that came later. I was very shy and kept to myself in school. Like, I talked a lot, but it wasn't like anything, poignant. I didn't have friends that I would chat with. I would just chat with my one friend and then, talk with the teachers. And then the whole MTV prom thing happened. And our friend group was kind of like, no, you've been our friend for a while now. Don't let these people take advantage of you because you've got sudden fame and all that, which I'm always thankful for. And yeah, so we did this little mini reunion and we all hung out and had drinks and food and chatted and caught up and, talked about all the crazy stuff that we did senior year. Because everyone was so nervous about senior skip day because the school was like, we're going to crack down. If anybody skips on this particular date, you're going to get, you won't be able to attend graduation. like it was really weird. Like they basically laid the groundwork for how to get away with what we were going to do, and we wound up skipping school one day, and we went to see the remake of Dawn of the Dead with Ving Rhames and a whole bunch of other people in it. But like, loved that. Like they basically mapped out when was the best time to skip school to not get in trouble for it, and so that's exactly what we did. We utilized that little parameter that they left us and went and saw a movie. But we had a good time with our little faux reunion instead of going to the school reunion and dealing with people that were, drunk or rude to us when we were in school. And yeah, I don't miss it. I might do the 20-year one. I don't know. There's not anybody I particularly miss that I don't already talk to. Facebook is wonderful for that. I've reconnected through Instagram with a couple of people as well. So it's not like I'm, desperately trying to reconnect with people. I'm not. Oh, that's Grandma. That's all. Dogs just heard noise in the kitchen and they're like, oh, time to fight. Huh, babies. That's just Gram. So as I've been chatting, I've just been attaching pieces of styrene and strips of foam and kind of like neatening things so that they line up. She's just microwaving some food, guys. That's all. Nothing for you. No food for the doggos. Not right now. What is a secondary school? I hear that expression and I never just learned what it is. I guess that's my bad. I probably should have. Let's see here. How are we going to do this? Let's see. Paper straw, in case anybody's curious. Doing an experiment right now. We might be getting somewhere. Might work. Bad kids. Okay. So you were sent there because somebody thought that you didn't fit the societal norm. Essentially. I get it. I went to a magnet school for my first year of school. And like, despite what they say, it was essentially the same thing. Like, oh, we send kids here who, need to learn in a certain way. And that's that. And you don't have any say in it. Go. So what I'm doing here is I'm using this straw, this paper straw. I've cut it in half. I bisected the paper straw vertically. And I wrapped it around, right? And now I'm gonna, what I'll do, so I'll carry that radius all the way over. There we go. Okay. You see, your mom wanted you to go there because that's where your brother went. That's always a common thing. Like parents are like, "Oh, you go to the same school that your, so and so went to," and you know, I know our schools here in town. Like when I moved back to town, because when I was in that magnet school, I actually lived in Texas, where the Western minis get made. Oak Cliff was the town that I lived in, but there was a magnet school program, and my mom insisted that that was the program for me because she thought that I can only learn a certain way, and here we are. Hey, cow man, what you doing, bud? Just walking around exploring. Yep. Go. All right. I'm gonna take the scissors and just trim this end. What's up, buddy? Was that cat in there earlier? That pissed you off, huh? Mama Snow went into the cat crate and laid down and took a little nap. And the whole time, Cowman was just grilling her with his eyes, like, "How dare you lay down in my room? That's my spot." So that'll be like a big, thick cable or something. I'm going to glue that on right now. All right. Let's see here. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. And then I will leave the interior unglued because I'm going to put another one of those there because I've got this other half of the straw. And then I'll make some type of banding to go that looks like it's holding it in place. So same principle, just going to wrap the straw, the half of the straw, in the foam. That also goes a long way to cover up the kind of twirl of the paper that wrapped to make the straw. So that's a little tip for you in case you start using these. Also, I could show you this. I had that like bridge over there, and I dry brushed this, and you can see the tube lines, which I didn't like. And also because it was pressed material, it looks like denim. I don't like that, so that's going to get completely redone, recovered. But that's why we sometimes coat things with paper or, in this case, EVA foam, is so that it doesn't look like the thing that it looks like. Paper tape is another good one to use on cardboard tubes. Metal tape, you can use that as well. A little more expensive for that type of application, but if you got it and you want to use it, hell yeah. Okay. It's on there pretty good. Again, repeating the same process as before. Making sure that that's glued on there, sticky with the self-adhesive. And actually, wondering if I could just go like that. Hmm. All right, guys, we're gonna get wild with it. Doing something I didn't think I'd do. Maybe. I don't know. Making decisions. Ah. Now, does that mean you don't have to close? Does that mean you'll be, opener and then somebody comes in and relieves you, or do you just have to go in and work a double or whatever the hours are for the store on Mondays? They used to irk the ever loving out of me when I worked at Subway when they trained me as a closer or an opener, and then they'd be like, "Oh, you're opening, you're closing Friday night and you're opening Saturday morning." Well, what the hell, you know? Friday night the store hours ran until, damn, Bjorn, I guess you're getting that money. But like the store hours were from 9 a.m. until 11 p.m. on Fridays, and that would mean, of course, somebody would stumble in the door trying to get 17 subs at 11 o'clock or 10:59, because you were open. You'd have to serve them. Yep. Oh, hola. Thank you for dropping in. That's really cool. That's really awesome. I appreciate you coming up from all the way from Mexico to watch my stream. I would try to do a little bit of talking in Spanish, but I would only serve to embarrass myself. So I just say thank you and welcome to the stream. We're making a portal right now out of an old do-it-yourself sign from a craft and hobby store, and I picked it up and I'm putting it to use now. Yes, welcome to the show. Oh, excellent. I presume you discovered me because you're into toys, or maybe it's just the cosplay stuff. What brought you here? Always curious to know. Oop. I fluffed up a little bit, guys. Made a little bit of mistake here. Let's just kick. There we go. All right, let's fix that. That was embarrassing. That was so super seriously embarrassing, guys. Picked up 2 Gamorreans from work, and then he got some action figures too. Ayo! Oh yes, I remember your comments, so I'm glad that I encouraged you to break out your figures again. I'm always happy when people start, doing the things that they enjoy. Like seriously, I'm truly glad that you found the channel and that you were motivated to you know break those out again. Nice. That's also great to hear. Anytime somebody that's in the hobby, used to do it or gets to come back into it or whatever, like that's super fun, super cool. It's gonna be foam. I don't think it's gonna be. What are you doing? Dogs being over there silly. Nice, 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 nice. Let's see here. Well, maybe I can continue to inspire you, and maybe you'll start making dioramas again. It's a trap. Don't do it. Let's see here. Yeah, absolutely. I would I would truly say my imagination is my best asset. Um, you know, on the things that I work on. So being able to let those ideas out, as you said, clears your mind. Hey, you don't gotta yell. Silly guys. Yeah. Now you're famous. You're on the internet. That's you guys. You're celebrities. People are asking for stickers of you while your little sister Snowflake just naps over there. Yes, that is true. Our friend Fatback always says your imagination's your limitation. He also says, "Get out of my refrigerator. What are you doing? Why are you here, famine? Leave." But same thing. Same thing. That's a joke. I've never been in his house, and I've certainly never eaten out of his fridge. And now we've got, some strapped down cables, big cables. I'll put a greebly here as like some sort of, connection piece to this. And we just keep building. I do like that the straw was the catalyst for that paper straw. That's really neat. That's a new tip that I've got. Cover them in foam. Yeah, let's do another do right there. Oh, hello, Glam. We have 4 cats and 3 dogs. 3 of the cats are currently with me. The other cat is with my girlfriend. And they are all these pets, 3 dogs, 4 cats, are the light of my life. When I'm having a bad day, they are always there. They are always happy to see me. Except for sometimes when I wake up Cowman before he's ready to get up. But that's the price you have to pay for friendship, bud. Sometimes your buddies wake you up way before you want to get up. Cover them with foam. It works for bodies too, Bjorn. I don't know, man. I tried putting foam. I tried putting foam over a action figure, and it just looked like a log. So. If I had a laser cutter, I've seen people cut EVA foam and basically create some really detailed layers and like pieces that they could layer on top of each other, usually for cosplay, but sometimes they also use XPS foam to do that. 4:30 in the morning, yeah. His brother likes to bark sometimes in the morning to wake me up for no reason other than he wants to get up and stretch his legs and, go outside and then come back in and then stare at me like I'm going to let him up in the bed at 4:30 in the morning. Like, buddy, I love you. I love you so much. You're a good friend, but you just woke me up. So I'm going back to sleep. You gotta go back to sleep too. And not in my bed. Okay. I'm making some progress on this bad boy today. Do this. Make this a narrower one, a smaller one, right? What you doing, Rosie? Do you need to go outside? All right, cats and kittens. I'm gonna pause this. I'm gonna be right here. I'm gonna take these dogs outside. So for just a moment, I showered. Come on, guys. Let's go outside. Go potty. Come on, babies. Let's go. Cheers. I grabbed a slice of pizza from New York City that I brought home yesterday. Biggest dog will flap her ears to wake you up. And she just stares. Stark will do that when I do let him sleep in the bed when I'm not supposed to, but I do anyway. On occasion, or when we take naps together. He'll just stare. And as soon as I wake up, right in my face. It's like, thanks, man. That's from New York City. From Joe's. I brought a whole pie back yesterday. And it's rated by a lot of people as the best pizza in New York City. Usually always a line. It's where Peter Parker worked in Spider-Man 2. Mr. Aziz's pizza place is called Joe's Pizza. You may have had it before. Dogs really want the pizza bones. Do a little bit of cleanup while I'm sitting here. Sometime, hopefully in the future, you'll be able to get up to the city. We'll go down. I'll treat you to Joe's. That's my best. One of my best buddies in the world, Travis. I usually had to travel down to Texas to hang with him, but he had a job that sent him up to New York City for work. And so we set up a day, and I zipped down, and that was one of the things that we did. Was we went there. We're both big Sam Raimi Spider-Man fans, but we went there and treated him to a pie, and it was freaking good. Yeah, I know. All three of them are just standing there shivering with anticipation, waiting for this pizza bones. Sorry, guys. Not yet. Yes. Okay. So, I mean, aside from baby seals, they probably got it coming or something. I don't know. We had friends, or a friend in Connecticut, and some asshole who had us over, and they wanted us to try Connecticut pizza, going on about how good it is. Now, this friend also lived in New York, so this friend has had great New York pizza. Trying to convince me that Connecticut had better pizza than New York. I knew that they were wrong, but I will always try foods. There's a regional favorite. Oh, Connecticut pizza so good, blah, 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 blah. When I tell you, and I wish Kenny was here, I don't know if she is here. I can actually ask her to pop in just to add some context to a little bit of this, but she gave us a pizza from a place, and the pizza was soaking wet. That's how wet their sauce was, that when you picked it up, it drained like water. Like somebody took a cup of water and poured it on there. And it was the worst pizza. And then they were like, hey, let's get another pizza from a different place. So they ordered another pie. And that was just as garbage. I don't know what it was that they thought that they had going, that this pizza place was good. But it was literally like yes, thank you. Thank you. It was absolutely abysmal. Just, that should have been got to curb. You don't have to curb the F-bombs in this chat. You're fine, my friend. But yeah, it was like that should have been a red flag about the other person just being a piece of shit. But people have different tastes in food. But it was like the worst pizza I've ever had. And I've had some like terrible homemade, like, oh, we make it with we grind up English muffins and make our own dough from the crumbs pizzas, and it was terrible. Yeah, and exactly like Kenny says, everyone in the area boasts about this place and says how good it is. Like, I don't know what drugs that they are on that make them think that pizza was the bomb.com, but that pizza was atrocious. Yeah. It is not the best at all. It's not the best anything. Pizza, and then there's everybody else's idea of pizza outside of New York. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Yeah. I will give New Jersey credit, especially like Jersey City, Paramus, the cities that are right up against New York. They literally get their water trucked in from New York City for their pizza. So, the shit's good. And they make pretty comparable pizza. Yeah. Anthony lived in the city for his developmental years. I don't know what, that's not the word. Formative years. I'm like developmental. Like, he learned to talk and play with blocks on the sidewalk. Sorry, man. I didn't enjoy pizza that I had in Vermont. I remember I didn't like that. It might be. But Jersey pizza was pretty damn good. There's a place near where my old man used to live, and they had really great pizza and wings, and they got their water brought in on a truck. I saw it a couple of times too, because I'm like, you don't get your water shipped over here from New York. Yeah, they do, because that's one of the keys is the dough, and it's from the New York City water. Did we ever? I can't remember, Kenny. Did we ever find decent pizza in Connecticut, or we gave up reasonably so, right? Or if we did find good pizza, I just blacked it out of my memory because it was that bad of an experience. Bjorn, if you ever get the opportunity to travel, man, it does need to be New York. Just get outside and travel. I'm sorry if you can hear me chewing. I'm just really hungry. I thought so. I was like, oh, maybe we did find a place, and I just really pushed it out of my memory. I'm glad that I didn't, because that pizza was trash. That pizza was so bad, guys. I don't think I hope you understand. I'm clearly a boy that will eat most things, and I was so put off by that pizza. I had one slice of each, and I was just like, yeah, I'm not. I understand that. I absolutely do that, and I get that. But like I said, if the opportunity presents itself, or let's rephrase that. Let's speak it into the universe. When the opportunity presents itself, that you're able to travel a little more, take every opportunity you can. Yes. Thank you. Alorian. Now, I will say, Flying Saucer Pizza in Salem has some really good and interesting flavor combinations. I've had slices from there 3 times, and it's very cool and decorated, but it's not like New York style pizza. I wouldn't consider that New York style pizza. Which pizza is it? Yes, exactly. It's which pizza. All right, I'll give you that. So Firehouse is good. Yeah, I don't think I had many complaints. I did that one time when they gave me that slice. Was it had so much of the damn cornmeal from the bottom of the pan on it that I felt like I was eating gravel. That's like a texture thing for me. And I was like, nar, oh nar, Clayar. Essex Street Pizza. I don't think we ever went to Essex Street. Kenny, if you didn't deduce already, Alorian is my friend in Salem that found out I have a friend in Salem. Engine houses, Pete. Sorry. Listen, we're tired. We had a day yesterday. Um, yeah, I we are not wealthy by any stretch, and we still manage to travel. But there are family members and obligations and stuff that some people have. So I completely understand why Bjorn isn't isn't up to travel, at least right now. Let's see. I might have made that too. Well, we're gonna make it work. Let's see. Yeah, right there. Did the Alorian, was the building formerly a firehouse? Also, I know that they're doing like construction on it. I think the last time we were there, we saw the all the scaffolding. I just, for whatever reason, my brain decided that it used to be a firehouse, and that's probably just me making up lore for the location because I'm an idiot and I do that. We are just getting this is actually turning out really well. I'm very excited about this. Oh, originally was in its current location right across the corner. Yep, because we always wind up at Turner's. I still haven't gotten a fucking hot dog from that hot dog place. And it's like every time I'm like, "Ooh, hot dog," they're closed. So, okay. Did you guys? You'll be back. Yeah, we always wind up at Turner's for dinner. Although they've been getting, I think I would discuss this with you before. It's like they started to get strange with like alt people when they came in, and that's really weird to me because like it's Salem, right? Witches and alternative and all that stuff should be normal there. But what can you do? Can't force everybody. Can't force everybody to accept everyone. Was it during the pandemic? Well, now we know that. Now we know something about that. Maybe. Okay, so yeah, we didn't go to Salem during the pandemic because everything was like pretty much shut down, lockdown. We did go to Kowloon, which is my favorite, but we ate out in the parking lot because they were only doing takeout, which was fine. But we just wanted some sense of normalcy. It was around my birthday, and I was like, "Let's go to Kowloon." And so we drove all the way out to Boston to go to Kowloon, and my friends who lived in New Hampshire at the time, who are now residing in Maine, they drove out, and we sat in the parking lot, three car spaces between each other, with picnic blankets and chairs, and hanging out in my car, and we all just sat and ate and talked and had conversations, and it was about as close to normal as we could get during the height of the pandemic. Shame about that guy though, that he purchased the place and turned it into something that, you know, clearly they want to be a different class of place, and they just ain't it. I will say the clam chowder's pretty damn good there. I couldn't be a cave dweller because I'm afraid of whatever's in caves. Like, I know that there are, you know, the chances of there being some horrific monster in the cave are very close to zero, but you can't guarantee that there's not a person in that cave with ill intent. So, Cowman thinks he's going to get away with a piece of foam. Not today, little man. Bless you. All right. Where was he? Sit. Stark sit. Cowman sit. There they go. They got the pizza bones. Too soon, man. R.I.P. Wash. I'm just adding more layers, more attach points for things. It's like, oh, that's why that's on there like that. That's why that's connected there. Adding production value. I'll go in and trim that a little better a little later, but I still should sharpen my knife now. There we go. Okay. So I do still want to get. I want to get some greeblies on here now, like some substantial pieces, details, things of that nature. So I've got little containers and bits and bobs and some that I've been sitting on and wanting to use. So we'll start putting those to use right now. Well, this being one of them, that can go right there on the front. So we'll sand up the back of that, attach that. And this was a greebly off of another old 1/12 Star Wars project that I used. I think I just wound up gluing things together and putting some paint on it. I popped it off before I tossed it because it wasn't what I wanted and it wasn't doing me any service in the way that it was. But I kept the other bit because, you know, you always want to have greeblies and stuff. Now, where did I put that second tube of super glue? Timber. There it is. I do sit on my greeblies from time to time. It's uncomfortable when they hang that low. Where do I want to put this? Right there. That's right. So that's the bottom because that says B for bottom. All right. That's one. Let's see. We got a couple other oddballs. What are you doing? Hey. Get your sniffer out of there. Go on, bud. Stark being Stark. So if I could just eat anything else that's over here, that'd be great. Oh, Mama Rosie. So beautiful. And I got a big load of, talking about big loads, I got a big load of Gimmick Starport Jackalope stickers going out tomorrow. If anybody wants to get one, they are 2 for $5. Shipped. I'm not going to charge shipping on something that I get to put in a regular envelope and send it. They are vinyl. They're really good quality. They are fun. I love them very much. Excuse me, sir. Sir, this is Wendy's. Could you get out from behind me? Thank you. You too, buddy. Go on. Go play over there. And they are my logo. So, 2 for $5 vinyl stickers. Hit me up. You can donate at $5 at ko-fi.com/Famine Studios, or you can message me on Instagram at Famine Studios X, and I will go ahead and give you my PayPal, and we can hook up, and I'll send those on the way to you. Get them out with this first batch that's going out. I can't wait for you to have yours, my friend. Let's see, I want to put something unique there. Huh. That could be unique. Hell yeah. Alright, that's gonna work. I got this Greebly from something, looks like it's a handlebars off of a bike or some shit. I don't know. But now it's gonna be some type of clamping boot for some of these artifacts that are attached to this. Wow, did you guys see that? Picked up my X-Acto and it went sailing in the air and landed. Make sure that's fastened on there. There we go. So we'll go like this here. Yeah, I'll cut that. I gotta force that through the foam and into the wood. That seems like it would be just a waste of everyone's time. We will put a drop of glue there on the part that's going to contact the foam. True. Somebody sent me, laughing at one of those alpha male Andrew Tate memes. And he said something along the lines of, there's no success in life. You have to just grab the knife ladder. It's all knives. There's nowhere safe to grip. It's like, why? Who hurt you? Why are these things running through your head in life? There's no... It's just all knife handles. Yeah, if you look at life as everything is a problem that you have to conquer, I'm sure everything looks like a problem. But that's like, police with guns. You give them a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And that'll go there, and we'll put a bar across that. Cool. Oop, oop, oop. That's a lot of... Sure. Some people juggle geese too. Baby goslings. Welcome, Tarot Destroyer. Thank you for popping in. Right. Whoop, whoop, whoop. You sneaky bastard. Oh, I know. No. This guy gets it. Right, noob noob? Ah. I once attended a church, I think it was Pentecostal, and they proceeded to produce snakes for something, and yeah, I got the hell out of there. That was the end of that. Under no circumstances am I cool with standing there and watching somebody waving a dangerous snake around that at some point may come close enough to bite me. No, thank you. Yeah, I was raised Roman Catholic, but when we go on vacation, we always try and hit a church on Sundays, and boy howdy, down south there's some real winners. That's what we'll call it. We'll call them winners. And yeah, that shit's terrifying. Just, oh, by the way, here's a live serpent that we're going to use as a proxy for the devil. There's people playing drums and shaking tambourines. It's not my bag with the snakes and stuff. Like, I know there are churches that damn, I got super glue on my file. There are churches that do mass for animals and stuff that I'm cool with. I mean, the animals can't consent to being there and all that, but yep. Oh, don't I know it? But I am also well aware that a rattlesnake or a viper that's being held up by a man while everybody's banging drums and shit around people's faces. Are we doing this now? I did get my COVID vaccines. I hope everyone acceptable was able to get theirs, got theirs as well. Saved my life. Kept my family members alive. So we've got that on there. It looks like something's holding those blocks in place. And I'm... Have a good night. You don't have to explain. I took care of him. As soon as the Jesuit comment popped up there, I was starting to process that the conversation was going to go south quick. Bjorn, I'm actually going to make you Bjorn. I'm going to make you a mod. I have to figure out how to do it through StreamYard to make somebody a moderator for the chat, because I can do it through YouTube, but I've just never done it through StreamYard. Yeah, I got no time for it. They got online and, you know, here we go. It's continuing. I did ban them. I could do this all day. They're not going to chase me off my own stream with their bullshit, but... So here's where we're at now. Like, I put the clamp on up there so it looks like something's holding those blocks in place. And, oh, that's the second troll, Bjorn. We had one the other day that was a real piece of work that had to go. I don't know that they were intentionally trying to troll, but they were certainly making people in our community uncomfortable. And I had no time for them. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I gotta let me pull open the other window on YouTube and see what I'm able to do here. YouTube.com. Go to my videos. Take me to my stream. All right. Look at me looking at myself. There we go. I have made you guys moderators. Go. Cool. Yeah, I don't want that person there. I don't want them posting their weird QAnon bullshit in my chat. You know, we largely do not shoot the shit about politics entirely unless it involves human rights on this channel. That is a policy that I kind of have because this is an escape for a lot of us. And yeah, I got no time for that. And that's fake science from somebody's book that's not science because there's no scientific research to back it up. Just spouting statistics that they got from one particular book. It's not science. Now, if you came in here with peer-approved studies and reviews and you wanted to put those up and give me a day or two to read those and review them and see how they stand up against scientific method and all that stuff, I'd gladly have that conversation with you. Don't ever think I wouldn't. But in the meantime, you know, we had some trolls stop in. Taxation trade routes in the Outer Rim, yeah. And this blockade that's going on in Naboo. Like, I can't believe that's legal. I would make it legal. Is that legal? All right, I'm going to get some more greeblies out, some different greeblies after I clean up some of these pieces. Put this in the plastic bin. Nope. Drop that. Put the phone back. Yep. Something about the attack on Scarif was an inside job. I don't know. Precisely. Let's see here now. We've got that other bucket of Greeblies. Just trying to think here how I want to proceed. So I think it for sure needs some cables and wires on it, so that's definitely going to happen. I could probably sculpt a couple of things. I haven't started sculpting yet, aside from green stuff sculpting. But that's an opportunity that I've got there. Got all kinds of gems, beads that we could put. You know what? And then this is where you guys go, Famine, we can't see what you're looking at. So why are you sitting there going, To that I say, Let's see. All right, here we go. Let's bust out some other Greeblies. Okay, so that side's right out. None of those. Those are. This side is like beads, ball bearings, for my paint shakers, magnets. So those are out. But this side is beads and the like. So let's take a look. Wooden beads and funny shaped beads. Little bits here and there that I set aside that I was like, oh, I'm going to use these soon. Yeah. So we'll pull those pieces out. That could be another cable port. Good. Now here's a tip for you. If your carabiner breaks, what you can do is hold on to it, and then when you need it, you've got something that's like a sci-fi crane hook. So I just kept that, and one day it's going to go on a crane with some thread. All right. Cool. So, glad I was able to get some Greeblies out of there. We'll start adding these pieces here to this display. Let me get this clipped on here. And set up and adjust my chair. Adjust my shirt too. All right. Let's see. Yeah, let's glue that right there. It was a piece of a carabiner Like those things that people use for climbing hooks. I had purchased a couple that were keychains, but they were styled like them, and they just happened to have a cool futuristic look to it. And I just saved it when the little clip broke that you press in to put the key ring on. It broke off, and I was like, okay, well, I'll hold on to the hook part to be able to use in the future. And the future is now, because I got to use it. Let's see here. We've got this little tube, and I think I could put that somewhere useful, like right there. Yeah, hell yeah. What a good day. Bjorn gets it. Stick tubes. One more again. That text to speech might have gotten you on that one. Let's see here, with that being the bottom. So it's not a clock, but it looks like a clock. It's got to go somewhere. There. Yep. Some places to stick tubes. Oh, absolutely. I don't know if it's that kind of chat tonight. It still is early. But her name is Heather Harmon, and if you know, you know. Corrupting the minds of the innocent. Okay, little chain thing. No. Where's that little piece that I just had? There you are. Siri knows what you're into. Siri's seen your Google history searches. Yeah, why don't I do that? Ah, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Thank you. I couldn't imagine being this bored. You know what I mean? Like, we're not some science chat. We're not some, you know, political think piece or anything like that. Like, we're playing with toys, buddy. Get a fucking job. Could be his day off. I don't know. Or do I care? And I'm using my pin vise here to pilot a little hole so that when I glue this greebly in, because it's got a bit of a stem on it, it'll have a really good grab to it. There we go. Just hug that hole out a little bit more. When they say fastest gun in the West, they weren't talking about his gun. Okay. Guess I gotta open that hole a little bit bigger, if you know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying. Love Gun. Speaking of Love Gun, Kiss had their last concert last night in New York City, um, which explained a lot of the traffic and everything. Like their last concert ever, but they're going to continue touring as holograms, ensuring that Gene Simmons can make money forever because that man only cares about money. Eh, got it. You certainly aren't wrong about that. Um, I have some associates from my cosplay days. God, that sounds such a prissy thing to say. I have some friends that are in film, actual film, and they also do some private sector work and do wigs and hair pieces for cosplayers and makers and stage actors. And one person uh, absolutely went ahead and took care of that. They got a piece done because they loved dressing up as Kiss, and they had to be very careful about how they worded it, how they addressed it, how they showed it, how they talked about those things, because Gene is a sue happy individual who likes to prevent people from making money off of his likeness. So, um, yeah, very interesting thing to learn. I mean, if nobody could tell because they didn't have the makeup on, like that's wild to me. But I guess like it wasn't HD back then. You really could have plausible deniability and just say, no, that's not me. But now I don't think anybody, even Marshmallow, didn't they expose their face under that giant stuffed marshmallow? Like, there's very few anonymous public figures anymore. One of the few that I love dearly is Banksy. And I never want to know who Banksy is. I never want to know his real identity. I want nothing to do with any of that. I love the idea that there's a person out there, an artist, who has continued to. It's got to be. Um, there's an artist out there that, continues to buck authority, snub the face of countless critics, and just make cool street art and get people talking. And yeah, look at Bjorn's our go-to Kiss knowledge holder. Couldn't think of words. Words are hard, Bjorn. Y'all got any more of that Kiss knowledge? Just trying to figure out how I would attach this to something here. Yeah, doesn't matter. Let's put some rivets on. Yeah. It'll never make sense to me. Um, and especially that bit about rage. Like, that will never make sense to me. The people that are like, well, why did they get so woke? Like, what do you think the machine was that they were singing about? Oh, hello. Didn't see you guys there. Just getting ready to do some riveting. And then I'll also break out my secret weapon of little rivets. Yeah, the entire series was about a futuristic utopia. Blue pool here for us to grab from. Then again, those same people that probably watch Star Trek just because they like to watch Shatner bang green chicks. To boldly go where no one has gone before. To seek out new worlds and new life forms and fuck them. Yeah, Reading Rainbow is a great. It's just one of those things that's just like the best. Nope. That may be there forever now. It's not. I freed it. I just can't touch it now. It could be star 3. You don't have to be ashamed. God, I'm just the worst. Yep. Yep, Mr. Rogers was a true gem. Hell, Sesame Street, also a great one. Taught kindness, empathy, to listen to one another. Always appreciate those programs. It gave me my favorite cover by a band of their own song, Shiny Happy Monsters by REM, instead of Shiny Happy People. It's seriously one of my all-time favorite. Like, just hearing them do that puts me in a good mood on my worst days. Unfortunately, here in the States, for me in particular, and people in my community, and uh, people in my circles, I have no choice but to vote. And I don't have the luxury of picking a third party, based on principle, because there are so many things that I love and people's rights at risk right now with our elections. So I don't get to do that. I don't know what Mexico's political climate is like right now. I know that we have what I'm told is a good working relation with the Mexican government, due to trying to take down the cartels and stop some of that racket from going on. But beyond that, that doesn't really make it to our media. It only seems like we get to see the countries where there's absolute madmen that are taking over the countries and winning, just like our last president did before Mr. Biden. So. Get that out of there. And I'm actually going to use one of these rivets cut in third. So get rid of a third of the rivet. Keep the radius. So it looks like a little, capital D. That means two things. Come on. Dropped it in the glue. Ah. And then I'm going to drop it there. And now, push it correctly, like salt and pepper. Absolutely fair. And I don't think this is the place for it. Just sharing personal experience on that. That was an insanely grown-up response, and I appreciate you for having the good graces to call that. There we go. And I just capped that hose off with that third of that rivet, and I used the 2/3 on the wider end. So it's, a piece that's maybe holding this thing together. Just another unit of strength. So now we got to start doing some of the smaller rivets. So I don't think there's many more places I want to put big rivets. Yeah, let me put a couple of big rivets on here, just on random spots beforehand. Because it does add visual interest, makes you wonder what it's for. Could be a number of things. Nope, that one's stuck to the card forever. Go put that there. Yeah, they'll be certainly able to get some more work out of us. Raise that retirement age. Looking forward to that. If the place doesn't burn down. Or it'll be something only the wealthy have access to, that stuff. All right. Um, yeah, we'll put a couple. We'll put one right there. That's fair. For me, not for nothing, but with my luck, it would be, you know, whatever health thing you've got, you're going to be stuck with that because you utilize this and it's going to make the thing last longer. I don't know. I haven't read the studies or anything like that. I saw something on the news about the dogs, and people were like losing their minds about that. Yeah, exactly. Good show, by the way. Didn't get to see the second season. All right, so let me put away these little rivets that I had the extras of, I should say. I wanted to get or sculpt or learn to 3D print some cortical stacks to put lights in them and just have them as like trade currency for LARPing. I think that'd be neat. I heard it wasn't the same without the main actor, and I like Anthony Mackie, but I don't know. I didn't get to see it, so I can't really. There are so many programs where people didn't like, certain things about it, and I absolutely love it, and I'm just like, oh, that's weird. So maybe not. I don't know. It's plastic. It's foam rivets, you clowns. What are you doing, Rosie? Big stretches. We don't call Bjorn the Loki of the World Makers community for nothing. Like, we actually don't. Nobody calls him that. Let's see here. So I've got my little shiny letters that I use as rivets. They have adhesive on them. I don't trust it. So I essentially just dip the rivets in Supergal. If you've watched the Lego movie. Ah. Yeah, I need a new X-Acto for this. Yeah, that happened. I was a libertarian as far as most things went, and then when all these strange things started happening and it really got to be exposed that it was more just a cover for right-wing extremists that wanted to do things, and the party kept letting groups use that name and that platform to say terrible and awful things, I left that, and I am certainly on the left hand of the spectrum as far as most things go. There are other things that surprise the shit out of people, but it's nothing to do with people's human rights. So just do what's best and hope for the best for everyone. I don't want anybody, whatever party they're from, to only want to do the best for those people from that party. I want everybody. I want everybody to succeed. Because at the end of the day, the paper says we're all Americans in America, and our leadership should be doing what's best. I listened to Arnold's book, Be Useful, and that was one of the things that he said that resonated with me because I disagreed with a lot of what he did, but also some of the policies that he had in California were really well and benefited people. He, worked hard to help people with immigrant status get benefits, things like that. And he said, I wanted to be a servant of the public, not a servant of the party. And that stuck with me because, man, that mentality is long gone by a lot of people. So, which is a super bummer. Because again, like, I just want everybody to flourish here. And as you can see, what I'm doing is I'm just taking these rivets. Hey, he's back from the dead. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. Show some love to our friend, Rad Toys. He's back. He's live. I gotta cancel some movers that I had on his way over to his house. Just to move furniture so it's easier for you to get around, not to send your collection here to the States. Because that would be silly. The host of the show that I'm on is a zombie. Whoa. You missed it, man. We had a troll in here that was telling us all about how it goes. Fucking 15 times. It kept coming back. We had to keep kicking him out. I use the Z word because I write about the Z word. Zombie, 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 zombie. Be sure to pick up Tales of the Undead on Amazon.com, written by Kevin E.C. Kurgel. Yeah, Rad must have been a night trooper because he probably knows how to weld and use explosives like they did in the show. I was like, oh shit, they're gonna power that door. No, okay, they're just blowing it up. All right, well, here they go. They're gonna attack. Oh, they're still shooting. I was like, all right, these aren't traditional zombies. This is something different. Yep, somewhere, probably in Russia. That was the vibe I got. A lot of copy and paste, designer font, that type of shit that you see in like email chains and stuff. I don't believe we're having Toy Squad on Monday, but if he does pay me a visit again on my Tuesday stream, so be it. I can always utilize a couple of moderators or a single moderator, or I can nuke them, which we saw. Me too. Yep, I'm glad that Filoni has way more creative control, and I hope Favreau gets to continue on some of the paths that he was doing with Star Wars and helping, flesh out those tales. Never did find that pilot helmet. Oh no, it's just the turd. I did have to boot Creepy Bowen from the chat on Friday night. Kept pressing his luck, made some people uncomfortable, and had to be done. I don't expect us to boot him out of the chat for any of the other shows as long as he doesn't start up with that shit again. But neither here nor there right now. Yeah. Yep. Right. Yeah, Iger showed his ass during the strike, and I think he's going to have a long way to go to get back in anybody's good graces, and I don't think it's going to happen. The sad part is that motherfucker's made his money 50 times over, no matter what. So no real consequence there, except for having Ron Perlman threaten to not threaten, but warn that arson is a real concern when you say things like you say to a human being work, which was the best thing in the world that I saw. And I watched that video like 28 times. That man, I love him. Yeah, Elon don't have a moral high ground to stand on either, but he did tell Disney to F off. But the only reason he had to say that is because they said, we're not going to, advertise on your platform because you're allowing actual Nazi propaganda and hate speech, to flourish on your website. And he's like, oh, I want it to be free speech. Go fuck yourself. It's like, all right, bud, you missed the point. It's freedom of speech, but it's not freedom from consequences. But neither here nor there again. He's just being an idiot. These people have way more money than they have sense. If you didn't have to work for it, people lose sight of what's important, I guess. I don't know. I just work here. You're not wrong there, Bjorn. Did anybody see the tragic fire at the Weidenclife Center last week? They were rebuilding a lot of Tesla's stuff based on his research and turning it into a really great museum. My best friend and I had backed it on the initial run through where they were taking donations to get all of his stuff back and start opening it. And there was a really tragic fire. And fortunately, the bones of the building survived, but it's going to be a long road to recovery for that location. I don't understand. I'm waiting to hear like what happened, because accidents do happen and stuff, but it just seems like every time there's an advance in something that they were going to do that this guy was all set to do or retest in the scientific community and stuff, it's like something goes wrong. And I don't think curses are real, but it sure does sound like some of his shit was cursed when it comes to like that, where it's like every fucking time somebody's trying to stop it from happening or whatever. Like, it's really weird. I think Derek did the bricks with the name engraved and all that stuff they were doing for a fundraiser, and backed a couple of the Kickstarters for some of the products that they were going to offer through the museum and things like that. I just did the one-time donation because I at the time I didn't have a super amount of money. I probably didn't have much money at all, but I did donate because oh, this isn't going to be a Stargate, but maybe I could put a Kurt Russell there, but I'll really fuck it up and I'll do him as Big Trouble in Little China. Or Wyatt Earp. Yeah. Yeah, there was a huge fire. I think it started Tuesday night, and it just burned until morning, and then there were a couple more flare-up fires because there was wind in Long Island. There is, it's an island, and the wind kept causing flare-ups, and so they had to keep putting out the fire, and then they had vehicles like there immediately to start knocking things down before a structural engineer could measure um, before they could measure like the structural safety, which I thought was really weird and like sent up red flags to me. But it's only because my grandpa was a building inspector, and usually that shit takes time to verify if a building is structurally safe for them to just start knocking things down. And it wasn't like they were knocking it down to extinguish the fire or anything like that. So I just thought that was really weird. But again, I'm not in Long Island. I'm not a building inspector. I'm not a structural engineer. I'm not a firefighter. I don't presume to tell people how to do their jobs. It just struck me as odd that they were able to make that call so quickly, and then all of a sudden later they're like, oh, actually, hey, the building's fine, so we got the okay to go ahead and start clearing some stuff out and letting certain people in to do things. And it's like, well, Jesus Christ, what the hell were they knocking the building over for then? You'd think Tesla was in that motherfucker and knew names of people who stole his shit and they were trying to stop it. That would be cool. That would be really cool. But that was one of those locations I was hoping to visit down in Long Island, was to go to the museum that they were going to open up and see like some of his inventions. Because if, even if you don't appreciate the things that he made that other people like stole from, like straight up stole his designs and benefited from him, like you gotta have respect for somebody who almost brought the entire city of Manhattan to the ground with an earthquake machine, or possibly caused that that big huge explosion over Russia. That's more conspiracy theory than anything. I just think that story is interesting. I don't know enough about it to actually be educated and talk about it. Nope, Bjorn sent me a message. Yeah, you're gonna have to. We're gonna have to hook up when you do go to Boston. We'll go to Kowloon. We'll take the misses, and I'll give you guys some of the best fucking mixed cocktails and Chinese food that the great state of Boston has to offer. I know what I said. I heard it come out of my mouth and I said it anyway. Nobody correct me. For those playing along at home wondering why I was just, spazzing out over what I said, or excuse me, freaking out over what I said the great state of Boston. Boston is not a state, it is a city in the state of Massachusetts, in the United States. All right, where did I put them razor blades? My replacement razors. There. It's X-Acto blades, you cartoons. These aren't anything for dogs. Yeah, that for sure does look like Kurt Russell. From that movie, from Stargate. Bjorn, I would be surprised if it wasn't. Yeah, Boston has a lot of historical spots. I still want to go to the Green Dragoon, which is allegedly where they planned the Boston Tea Party, where they discussed the ideas of becoming an independent nation and all that. And the building was actually a couple of blocks away, and they picked it up and moved it to where it is now. And that's like so bizarre to me, but also like cool because that's the type of shit that, historically has happened. We're like, oh, we want this block and this historical spot's here. What if we just picked it up and moved it? Yeah, Super 7 is super expensive. Did I see Super 7's getting into the O-rings too this week? I did catch that. I wasn't hallucinating. I think, man, I don't know. I think that the O-ring bubble is going to burst again and real fast this time. It's really strange to me. And I get the nostalgia boom, right? But just the idea of O-ring toys being popular again enough to merit this many lines, this many companies, this many properties blows my mind. And it's maybe because I'm not a Joe collector. I don't have that nostalgia. The Chat May, like those figures don't really do it for me. I guess I just don't. It's not for me. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misreading the situation entirely. But it seems to me like it's so niche, and all of a sudden it's just like spilling out everywhere. Like, I haven't seen any of the Hiya Joes in person yet. I'd love to get a Snake Eyes or two, Storm Shadow, just because I loved those characters. But I mean, I didn't love them enough to buy them in 1/12 scale. So that's fair. That's fair. Big jump over previous methods. Good. I actually saw some Joy Toy mechs yesterday in Toy Wiz. They were on par with their pricing to Amazon, which I thought was good, because it seems like Amazon's the only place you can get those as inexpensive as they were offering them. But I wasn't in the market for that, so I just picked up the $7.99 Vel from Andor, which was a great deal because I still see her at retail. You know, when she's in stores, I do see it still listed at retail, which is cool, fine by me. But I'll take a $7.99 figure any day of the week, especially with that much articulation, and she comes with a cool AK-47 reminiscent rifle, which will be turned into a Fallout figure because she very much reminds me of a Fallout-based figure. So it's going to be a Fallout Star Warsed up version of her. Or maybe I'll put a different head on it, make it a different character entirely. But as I said, there are wastelands and deserts outside of Gimmick. People travel here from all sorts of timelines and properties. So do with that information what you will. All right, I'm going to take a break from riveting for a minute. My little handsies hurt. Yes, I know what I said. Oh. Yeah, unfortunately. I do think, though, that the like that jacket, her outfit is very much Fallout 4. Like, everything about that screams Fallout 4 to me. And I thought, okay, well, we can make it a Star Wars and Fallout mashup because I have some of those coming, and I have some of the. Excuse me, damn. Some of those that I already did. With my Ayla Seclura Vault Dweller. Ugh. So, and the droid. She could be. Something train something inappropriate. If you are interested in learning the lore, Oxhorn has a lot of videos that are really good lore videos. Like, he very much knows his stuff. Just stay away from his commentary. Like his trailer reactions and things like that. I don't care for them personally. It's that type of negative title, drum up people paying attention to your content type thing, and it just doesn't fly for me too well. So I tend to avoid that. But otherwise, like I'm saying, like his lore stuff is very well researched, very well good. His playthroughs are very good and very fun. And his name's Oxhorn. That's his channel. Hey, spill the tea. If he's a piece of shit, I can certainly just take him off my follow list and stop giving him my attention. There are plenty of other content makers out there that are Fallout based, but he to me, it's, he hasn't said anything that caught me off guard. He just kind of uses the negativity and the trailer reactions and stuff, so I avoid that. But like, if he's a piece of shit, please let me know. Yeah, Brotherhood of Steel is I have a power armor. Like I said, I've been taking the thing apart and putting it back together to try and figure out how I'm going to articulate it. Mr. Peach's review. He's just negative bandwagon jumper, low-key steal people's ideas. Okay, so he's a piece of shit. That's yeah. So he doesn't learn from his mistakes. Like I got no problem. Probably unpopular opinion, but I think Jenna Marbles has more than fucking learned her lesson from her incident where she race faced when she was doing a comedy skit. There are plenty of people out there, actors and actresses, that did that and have since learned their lesson and continued on with their careers. But people have destroyed that woman's life to the point where she had to drop off the face of the earth in order to have any peace. And I got nothing wrong with anybody if they learn. It's not like they assaulted somebody or whatever. But if they're just constantly stealing people's content and then when they're called on it, they don't put in the work to apologize, learn, and grow, I don't need anything to do with them. So I won't watch trailer reactions unless they're from my friends. That is a rule that I have. Since before the Empire, since before the Dark Times. But I did a trailer reaction because it was a leaked trailer. I think that's the only trailer reaction I've ever done, was when the Jurassic World teaser trailer had leaked and then got pulled with the T-Rex stomping through the drive-in, which was just like that was the thing that I needed to kick off my excitement for Dominion. At that point, I wasn't hyped, but I did a reaction, talked a little bit about it. I didn't do I didn't do the watch along reactions. I don't like those at all. And like I said, I'll watch my friends when they do them, but I won't go out of my way to watch somebody watch something. Like, if it's like, oh, so and so hearing music for the first time from this band, I'll tune in for that. But if it's somebody like, oh, watching, the trailer for fucking the new King Kong movie that just came out, and then someone's like, and screaming and carrying on, hamming it up for the camera. Sorry if I blew your ears out if you're listening on the replay or watching it live now. But I don't watch that unless a friend of mine does it, and then I watch for, support my friends and leave a little comment and continue on about my day. I love Dominion. I thought it was a good ending. There were a couple of things that I would do differently if I were writing the movie, but otherwise, I really enjoyed myself, and it was a great way to give me some peace for some characters that I never thought would be back with the franchise again. Eckhart Ladder's Star Wars reactions. I used to watch the Weekly Planet's Things Missed videos. They've stopped popping up in my feed. I don't know if maybe he's doing those over on their Patreon exclusive thing or whatever. But I used to like their, 10 things missed from this, or, 10 things missed from that. But they haven't been popping up my feed, so I haven't been watching them. And I also haven't been super interested in a lot of movies that are coming out enough to go into detail and look for things in trailers like that. But I did with the Fallout. I did with the Kong one that came out today, that new Kong trailer. Kong versus Godzilla, or Kong X Godzilla. That looked dope. Giant gorilla with a fucking robot hand. Here for it. Giant lizard. Fire breath. Absolutely. Yeah, so let's take a look here. I'm pretty close to being done riveting. I think I'll finish this up during my work day tomorrow with the riveting, and I'll put primer all over it. But I'm happy, right? We've got a portal that I can stick my head through whenever I need to look around Gimmick, check on things. I'm certain Snowflake will fit through. The dogs probably fit through here too, so they'll be able to transport themselves in. But yeah, it's big enough for ships to fly through. That was one of the things too that I wanted: vehicles to drive through, animals to walk through, armies, but also other things. So this will be fun. This is going to have a lot of lore around it, and I'm really excited to get in on that. As far as the other unfinished projects we've got going on, I don't know what I'm going to be working on Tuesday's live yet. Haven't decided. Could be more of this, or it could be more of the Jawa tank that we started. I thought that might be a fun one to revisit and continue working on. As I've said before, I didn't want to do... I didn't want my live streams to become month of December, we work on the Jawa tank. Then in July, I want to kind of go around and also kind of, give myself a little bit of break when I bounce from project to project and don't get too stagnant on one thing. Yes, the cat Jew would begin destroying the city. We don't need that. She's sleeping over there, though. I got my eyes on her. I see you, Mau Mau. You pretty. She's so beautiful. I love that cat. Thank you, Anthony. All right, cats and kittens, I'm going to hop off of this live now. We've been here for 5 hours, so thank you to everybody who stuck around. Thank you to Anthony and Bjorn, who decided to help me take down... They asked me to stop coming to the projects because I was too fucking real. You know what I mean? I was holding it down. They said, hey, get out of here. Beat feet. And I was like, all right, respect. And then I went. But thank you to Anthony and Bjorn for helping me throw that troll out of the room. That was so bizarre, and I'm glad we all handled that like adults. Yeah, this is my second 5-hour one, man. That means two things. I took a Cialis. Lasted about 5 minutes. Fucking with you. But yeah, I want to do these longer streams and just stream of consciousness, working on things. We talked about the Fallout trailer. I bragged on my friend who made the cups that they used in the production, in the trailer, and obviously in the show. We talked about how it was filmed here in Long Island for parts of it, even though it's a West Coast setting. I'm very excited about that. So with that said, thank you guys for tuning in. Anybody who's watched through, also appreciate it. Hit the like button, comment, subscribe, all those wonderful things. If you have anything you'd like to add or any questions, I'd be glad to answer them, or some of our friends will pop in and go ahead and provide you with answers and help. It's a really helpful community. We all handled shit like adults today when there was somebody who was trying to, upset the apple cart. So proud of everyone, appreciative of that. If you guys are interested and you want to help the channel grow, www.ko-fi.com/Famine Studios. Great way to donate. Or if you want stickers, go ahead and drop a $5 in there and include your address, and I will make sure that you get 2 of the vinyl Famine Studios stickers, which is the logo that's right there in the corner. And they're vinyl, and they're sticky, and they stay places, and they're really badass. I love them. So hope you guys have a great rest of the day. Be well. Catch you on Instagram in the meantime. See you guys on Tuesday. Peace, and too sweet me.